The championship, which began back in 2010 and counts such great names as Lando Norris, Max Verstappen, Lorenzo Traviesenuto, Marco Ardigo, recently Christian Costoya, Rashid Albaheri, Andrea Antonelli. They are just some of the former champions of the WSK Euro Series. A very good morning and welcome to the foot of that in the background, the active volcano, which is Mount Vesuvius, which last erupted in 1944, if we ignore the rumblings in the late 1970s. A beautiful, I was going to say summer's day, autumn day here today, but a sunny day, and we are ready to race the first of our 6 pre-finals here this morning. Drivers from 40 nations around the world for the 2024 WSK Euro Series, the second of 2 rounds. The first round at Franciacorta in the north of Italy. This is the world-famous Circuito Internazionale Napoli SARNO circuit, the newly renovated, the newly reconfigured 1.67 kilometre Raceway here, just outside the ancient city of Naples. 1,670 metres is the new track length of this circuit, and in just a moment we will race the first of our pre-finals here this morning. It's for Mini Under 10, and later this afternoon we will decide the champions, the 2024 WSK Euro Series. The cars coming out onto the circuit, we'll take a look at the grid. 8 laps, which is actually 13 kilometres, 1 lap, more than 1 mile in length. This is the grid for the first of our pre-finals this morning. Mark Lumetz out of pole position. Mason Robertson, the Franciacorta race winner. Super Lolo Bros and Antonio Yanni. Stefan Mazepin, an outstanding P2 in qualifying on Friday. Xavi Lázaro, his SM Racing teammate, took pole position. He starts out of 6 here this morning. Iannone, John Hahn, Nicolo Perico, and David Moscardi. The 6th row of the grid is Leon Chilidze from Georgia, Francesco Buglione, who races at home this weekend, Lindemann, Dimuno, Jean Pujol, the recent Super Cup winner, Kovtunenko, Rocco Simono, Cis Muis, Jay Kostecki, and Colton Snickenberg, the American and the Australian, on the 10th row of the grid. DDF, the Roman, John Li Ling Yang, Tiberius Muller back on 23, Verba, Torquia, Ferdinando, Wozniak, Papa Giorgio, Giacomelli, Matvei J, making his debut in WSK, Miraki, and then Kaan Tutsuna from Turkey, and Max Varic, the Thai, on debut in WSK competition as well. Great to have your company here this morning. Mark Lumetz, 502 in the Energy Course karts. To the left of your screen, to the right, here's the Scotsman, Mason Robertson, who took that outstanding victory in round 1 of the championship. He is the championship leader, 2 rounds for the Euro Series. Team Energy Course versus Team Baby Race on the front row of the grid. The WSK Euro Series, this is the first of our 6 pre-finals here this morning for 60 Mini Under 10. Qualifying on Friday, the SM Racing drivers. 1-2 in qualifying. Xavi Lázaro, that's the Portuguese driver, his Russian teammate, with the bright fluorescent orange helmet on the outside. They were 1-2 in qualifying. They're the 3rd row of the grid here this morning. We don't race. Another formation lap under the direction, under the control of our race director, Mr. Marco Carlino, here this morning. Yes, an outstanding performance in qualifying for the SM Racing team. Xavi Lázaro taking pole position with 105.354. And his SM Racing teammate, there is Stefan Mazepin, the fluorescent orange Arai helmet, was P2 on the grid. 1-2 for the Gillard Racing karts, the TG17 Gillard chassis. 1-2 in qualifying, but it's Lumetz who's worked himself into pole position after the 3 heats raced yesterday. Mark Lumetz, the Estonian, Mason Robertson, the Scotsman, Super Lolo Bros, it's Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, who came storming home to finish P2 by just 0.3 of a second in the first round of the championship at Franciacorta. Nicolo Perico was P3 in the first round of the championship, but the Italian has been, well, somewhat off the pace here this weekend, considering he's usually right at the front of the grid. He starts out of grid 9, 3 WSK titles, recent Italian champion as well. Alongside is David Moscardi, 550, the Ukrainian Italian for the Venetian team driver on the 5th row of the grid. Team manager Simone Sorio watching on from pit lane. His Estonian charger is on pole position. Mark Lumetz, 502. This is the extended part of the circuit. One of the longest, one of the fastest circuits in the world at the foot of the active volcano outside the ancient city of Naples. Circuito Internazionale Napoli, simply known as SARNO. Robertson in danger of missing the start. And we do race. Robertson loses 2, 3, 4 positions. And the Franciacorta race winner back into P6, Mazepin, sends it down the inside. And the SM Racing driver almost takes the lead. They come out of turn 2. Mazepin up into 2nd place with a storming start. Big crash further back. We've got 2 cars upside down off screen. The drivers stepping out. They do look to be okay, though. It's a local yellow flag only for the moment. Lázaro is involved, as is Moscardi, Dimuno, Colton Snickenberg, Muller, who's had a wretched weekend. Papa Giorgio, Vosniak, Giacomelli and Maffei J, all involved in that. Matteo J, I should say. We go red. The red flag flown, or has been shown. Multiple car crash off screen. The red flag out, and the cars will come to a stop on the grid in just a moment. On the middle of the screen, they haven't all seen this. Not respecting the red flag. They were supposed to start on the start-finish line. They did not. Our assistant race director, Ms. Rosa Santilli, having to duck for cover there. Incident. Just in the background there, you can see the carts will pick up who was involved. The race has been red-flagged before the end of the first lap. The red flag has not been respected here. The drivers, now they're back at walking pace, but they were supposed to stop on the start-finish line. I can tell you, though, that the drivers are walking away and they do look to be okay. Now they've come to a stop at the end of turn 2. And about half dozen drivers have stopped correctly on the start-finish line. The drivers, they've parked down in turn 2. They did not respect the red flag coming out of the final corner. They were still at racing pace. It was clear at racing pace. It was clearly displayed. Sure, they're under 10 drivers, but the red flag means stop. They did not. Now they have, and the race will restart. Fortunately, I can tell you the drivers involved in that, and there's quite a few of them, are okay. David Moscardi was the first of which. Ryan DiMuno, also in that incident. Colton Snickenberg, who's had a tough weekend, the young Texan, starting out of grid 4 throughout the heats, but a DNF yesterday. Papa Giorgio, Matteo J, Miraki Kantotsuna, Max Zvaric, the tie on debut in WSK. These are the drivers who have stopped correctly on the start-finish line, looking across around about 300 metres away to see the rest of the drivers, trying to figure out what has happened there. There are 7 karts on the infield. Who won't take part in the restart. So a full red flag on the opening lap of the race, a crash involving 7 drivers, and thankfully they do look to be relatively okay. Tiberius Muller walking back. He is holding his left arm, but he does look to be relatively okay. David Moscardi, he walks back to the pits as well. There is David in the background of your screen. David is okay as well. No rush from the medical team. The drivers now driving back to pit lane, back to the start-finish grid, where the grid will be reformed. It will be reduced, though, 32 drivers to make the start for the pre-final. There will be less than that when we go green once again in just a few moments' time. Full restart in just a moment. So now the majority of the field making their way back to the grid, which will be reset. Mark Lumet's on pole position. We believe it will be a full restart under the control of our race director, Mr. Marco Carlino. Something of a frustration, given that the red flag was clearly displayed. It was not respected. It's not the first time this weekend we've seen, let me be blunt, and I hate to say this in a judgmental tone, not the first time this weekend we've seen the flags not respected. There was an incident, a minor incident throughout one of the heats in OK Junior throughout the weekend. Yellow flags clearly flying down into turn 2 and clearly ignored by multiple drivers. It was picked up by the CCTV cameras around the circuit. Red flag clearly displayed. The grid will be reset. 32 drivers. There will be less than that make the restart. Thankfully, the drivers are okay. They are making their way back. Tiberius Moller, David Moscardi, Matteo J, Miraki, Kanto Zuna, Max Varik, Antonio Miraki in the 602 Paralympic, Colton Snickenberg. It's been quick this weekend. The Texan for Ward Racing, starting P4 in the heats, had a crash yesterday. It's put him down further than he would have liked. And consequently, starting out of grid 20 alongside Jay Kostecki, who did escape the carnage. Colton Snickenberg also involved in that accident. It looks as though he will not make the restart. So a rocky start to the first of our pre-finals this morning. Red flagged on the first lap with a multiple kart crash. And the grid now to be reset. The first of our 6 pre-finals here this morning. This is round 2 of the WSK Euro Series in beautiful autumnal sunshine the last weekend of September, as we race towards the end of the 2024 WSK promotion season. A big weekend, of course, the penultimate round of the Italian Formula 4 Championship taking place concurrently. We hope you've got 2 screens on, because in, let me check, just a few minutes time, race 2 of round 6, the Italian Formula 4 Championship presented by WSK Promotion, gets underway in Barcelona, and race 3 this afternoon, where Freddie Slater took victory over Jack Beaton yesterday. One hand on the championship trophy virtually for Freddie Slater. Can wrap up the Italian Formula 4 Championship later this afternoon. A big weekend at Barcelona in Spain for the penultimate round of the Italian Formula 4 Championship. 32 cars on the grid. Next week we go to the Temple of Speed, the home of the Italian Formula 1 Grand Prix. It is round 3 of the 2024 European Formula 4 Championship, the Euro 4 Series. Again, Freddie Slater is the championship leader in the 3-round Challenge Championship. The final round of the Italian Championship, that's also at Monza at the end of the month. And then to round out the 19th season of WSK Promotion, Lonato, round 1, the WSK Final Cup on the 10th of November. And 2 weeks following that, the final event, the 27th event at Cremona. So you can see news coming from Race Control, the restart at 11:20, which is in 16 minutes time. So there is hope for the drivers involved in that crash to have their karts repaired. So 32 karts on the grid, and 16 minutes, these crack world-class teams. 7, 8 karts involved in that. We might actually get most of them back on the grid. The drivers thankfully are okay. The full restart at 11:20 for the Mini Under 10 pre-final. So the full restart at 11:20. The teams are furiously going to work on the grid. An accident, a red flag incident on the first lap of the first of our 6 pre-finals for Mini Under 10. Fortunately, the drivers are okay. The teams are going to work frantically. 8 karts involved in that, and the teams are working to get them back on the grid. The drivers are okay. That's the most important thing. The grid will be reset, and we will race in 11:20. If you are flicking over, race 2 of the Italian Formula 4 Championship getting underway in just a moment in Barcelona. We'll be back with you in just a moment. We restart the Mini Under 10 pre-final in 14 minutes from now. Back here at SARNO, just a few moments away from the restart. Thank you for bearing with us. After a tough start to the morning here, a red flag on the opening lap of the first of our 6 pre-finals, mini under 10. The grid has been reset. In just a moment, the green flag will fly. Incredible work from the teams to get most of these drivers back on track after an 8-car crash on the second corner of the opening lap of the mini under 10 pre-final. We are behind with the schedule, but we will try to make that up throughout the morning. 6 pre-finals here. Round 2 of the WSK Euro Series this afternoon. We do decide the champions. Great to have your company here on a beautiful morning in the south of Italy, Circuito Internazionale Napoli, simply known as SARNO, the WSK Euro Series for 2024. A delayed start after that crash, but the field, as you can see, has been reset and will set off for their formation lap. The green flag flies now. Mark Lumetz leads the field away. Mason Robertson, who missed the start badly. So we'll just try and bring you up to date. This is the grid, and hopefully most of the drivers do take part once again in the restart. Lumetz and Robertson again on the front row of the grid. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, Yanni, Mazepin, and Javi Lazzaru. Now, he was involved in that incident that brought out the red flag, but has been able to take his place back on the grid for the restart. The grid as it was, Colton Snickenberg, the American, also involved in that. And we thought he would not make the restart, but Colton is on the grid. Great news for our American viewers. Tiberius Muller also caught up in that, but he has made his way down to the grid for the Tony Kart Racing Team, the German. And Li Lingan also involved in that, but we believe most of the drivers can keep up to date, of course, with the live timing on wsk.it. And we'll bring you the graphic throughout the race so you can pick up your driver. No doubt about Robertson. There is the Scotsman for Team Baby Race 508 on the outside front row of the grid. The restart, the Mini Under 10 pre-final, a delayed restart. Thank you for bearing with us after a red flag incident. A full restart for the Mini Under 10 pre-final over 8 laps of this 1.67 kilometre circuit. Circuito Internazionale Napoli, simply known as SARNO. So Lumetz on pole position, Robertson, the Franciacorta race winner. He is the championship leader. The combined 2 rounds, Franciacorta and here at SARNO for the WSK Euro Series, which dates back to 2010. The Estonian and the Scotsman on the front row of the grid. The restart, the Mini Under 10 pre-final here at SARNO. Robertson again in danger of missing the start. Jumps out of the seat, tries to get a run, but he's already been shuffled back to 5th place, 6th place. Yanni dives up the inside, the Polish-Italian in the CRG, as they nervously make their way down through turn 2 for the first time. Lumetz has got the race lead. Great start from Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, Il Laziale. There's Mazepin in P5 behind the second or the third Energy Kart. The Energy Course drivers looking good here this morning as they race up the back straight for the first time. Robertson has missed the start and he's under pressure, having to defend. Moscardi's there as well. He was also involved in that first lap restart. First lap incident prior to this, the restart. We look out for Moscardi in 550. Francesco Buglione, Il Napolitano, who's racing on his home circuit this weekend. But it's the Estonian in the Energy Corsa who will lead them across the line for the first time. The Energy Corsa karts, first, third and fourth. Split by the Baby Race entry of Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. Iannone, another local driver, that's him in third. On the back of LDP, then Perico, he's made a great start. He dives down the inside. Energy Corsa karts, 1, 2 and 3. The team from Bergamo, together with Spino Project Racing Team, the sister team running the Energy karts of the former Formula Super 8 driver Marino Spinozzi. The Spino Project Racing drivers, together with Team Energy Corsa, 1, 2 and 3. Lumetz, Iannone, in 526, that's Andrea and Nicolo Perico, who's already taken 3 WSK titles, 1, 2 and 3. Di Pietrantonio drops back to 4th. Gianno Pujol, there's the French Tony Kart driver who took that thrilling victory in the WSK Super Cup 1 month ago at Franciacorta. The Vortex-powered green machine in P5 ahead of Mason Robertson. Gianno Pujol up into 5. He's come from grid 15. A storming start from JP. Gianno Pujol, 5e place. Just ahead of Robertson. Remember, he started on the outside of the grid. He is the series leader. He is the Franciacorta race winner, but he's back in P6 from Mazepin. Shelidze, the Russian from the Georgian. Rocco Simone, the Canadian. Antonio Yanni, Lindemann, Javi Lazzaru back in 12. And he's just been passed by John Hahn. Colton Snickenberg up into P14. He was involved in that first lap crash. But the Texan is charging. He's made up 6 positions. As you see, LDP back into P3. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio And Gianno Pujol follows him through. Pedico up into second place. Andrea Iannone, he slips backwards. This ferociously fast circuit, more than 1 mile in length. As we see the Energy Corsa carts trade positions on the outside. It's still Lumets though in P1. There's Mazepin. He makes up a position. Nice pass by Stepan. Takes Pedico. Does Mazepin. Chelite, Lindemann, Rocco, Simone. But it's still Lumets. Superlolo Bros. And Gianno Pujol. Robertson now back into P4. There's the Scotsman. There's the Franciacorta race winner. As the Tony Kart driver who won the WSK Super Cup powered by Vortex goes fastest. A 105.981. Virtually everyone else in the 66-second bracket. Mazepin leaves the door open. And he's taken by both Pedico and Andrea Iannone. Leon Chelite in that battle as well. Leon the George at 5.49 for team driver. Gianno Pujol runs into the back. In fact, now he makes the move up the inside of Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. The Frenchman is quick. Purple lap just a few moments ago and makes a pass coming onto the straight. Now up into second place. He is really quick here this morning. Up into P2. We start lap 5 of 8, the mini under 10 pre-final after the crash, which brought out the red flag in the opening race, or the opening start. This is the restart, full restart, over 8 laps, it's 13 kilometres. Reminding you, this is now one of the longest racetracks in the world, 1,670 metres. The original SARNO circuit, built back in 1994, was 1/3 this length, just 600 metres. Now more than 1 mile as they race up the old back straight, which continues on when it is used for various car racing events here. As Pujol slams it down the inside. Nicely done. Gianno Pujol dans la tête de la course. Super pour Gianno Pujol. Goes through to take the lead. The Tony Kart in P1, just to bring you up to date with his teammate Tiberius Muller, tried to make the restart. He was running up to pit lane, but the car too damaged, we believe. Speaking of damage, there is an incident coming out of the final corner with John Hahn, Ferdinando Turquia, and Sen Lindemann. They've all come to grief in the final corner. 2 of them have restarted, but effectively their morning is over. Andrea Papagiorgio stopped on the circuit. The Greek is out. Pujol leads up the back straight. Robertson in second. Skates under brakes, does the Frenchman. The Scotsman in second. This is lap 6 of 8, the under 10 pre-final. Papagiorgio, Matteo J, Lindemann and John Hahn coming to grief on the final corner a few moments ago. Lindemann has rejoined. He's just crossed the start-finish line now. Still circulating, but down in 28th position. And seeing the foreground, Papagiorgio walking back to pit lane as the Tony Kart driver from the south of France leads. He is the WSK Super Cup champion with that breathtaking victory at Franciacorta just 1 month ago, taking it by 0.0 over Nicolo Pedico, the Italian champion, newly crowned 3-time WSK champion, il bergamaschino. Nicolo Pedico al momento in quarta posizione. P4 for the newly crowned Italian champion. Behind the Roman, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, the Energy Corsa drivers, they were 1, 2, 3. Now they're 3 and 4. Lumats back into P5, the pole sitter. The penultimate lap of the race. Robertson just hounding the back of the Frenchman. The IAME-powered Paralin opportunity on the back of the Vortex-powered Tony Kart. Into the final corner to get the last lap board. Le dernier tour pour Gianno Pujol dans la tête de la course. Across the line, the Frenchman gives the slipstream to Mason, who crosses at 109 k's an hour. That is ferociously quick for these under 10 drivers. The Scotsman from Barcelona on the back of the Frenchman for the Tony Kart Racing team. Di Pietrantonio still in P3 from Perigol, Lumas, Chilite, Rocco, Simone, Yanni, and what about Colton? That Texan from grid 20, he's in P9. This is the last lap of the race. Up the old back straight. Watch for Mason Robertson to try and take the lead. Jarno closes the door. Slow on the exit, they're side by side. Mason's in the grass. Holds onto it though. Here comes Super Lolo Bros. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio is catching them. They go into the newly extended part of the circuit. Mason to launch it. Jarno closes the door. He'll cut back on the inside. Nicely done. Vamos! Mason Robertson, that was superb. The Scotsman wins. He takes victory in the under 10 pre-final. Oh, how good was that from Mason Robertson? Team Baby Race in first place. Pujol second, tried to defend it, cost him on the exit. Mason Robertson, the Scotsman from Barcelona, simply said, "Muchas gracias, amigo," and drove around the outside to take victory on the final corner. Papa Giorgio does cross the line, as does Matteo J. We wait for Sen Lindemann. He will be the final finisher. There is Matteo involved in that incident, as was Papa Giorgio. Sen Lindemann just coming through the final corner now. The Dutchman crosses the line to finish in the background there in position 26. Jumps out. The highlights of the restarted mini under 10 pre-final. Lumats from P1. The Energy Corsa drivers were 1, 2, 3 early on, but it did not finish like that. Jarno Pujol was quick. He picked them off one by one. Pujol, remember, started on the 7th row of the grid. Fastest on the circuit. The Energy drivers, that was Pujol. Going by, Mason Robertson just shadowed the Frenchman, and the two of them pulled away as Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio made his way up into third place. Pujol was quick, but then he had to defend. Gave the slipstream to Mason Robertson, defended down the back straight. Closed the door. Robertson there was in the grass. That was almost the end of the game for Mason. The Franciacorta race winner gets maximum points to go towards the WSK Euro Series 14 Baby Race. And he takes victory here in the first of our pre-finals this morning. Robertson, the championship leader, the Franciacorta race winner. He is the series leader as well. Takes victory from Jarno Pujol, the WSK Super Cup champion. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, he's third in the championship and finishes third here this morning. Nicolo Perigol, Mark Lumas, the pole set of P5. Simone, Yanni, Shelite, what a drive from Colton, that Texan from grid 29. And Mazepin in P10. We go down to 15th to see his teammate, the fastest qualifier, Javi Lazzaro, finishing in 15th place, the SM Racing team driver. Not a good final, pre-final for the Portuguese driver. Will need to come back from there. Quickly doing some mathematics, probably about the 6th row of the grid start for the pole sitter from qualifying on Friday. But Mason Robertson, the championship leader, gets maximum points here this morning as well to go towards the WSK Euro Series. He is the championship leader. Mark Lumas, though, with P5, we believe will still start on pole position for the final later this afternoon on WSK.it and on Motorsport TV as well. That is provisional, of course. What is not is Mason Robertson has taken a fabulous victory, a first-up victory in the first of our 6 pre-finals here this morning. The WSK Euro Series. In just a few moments, we continue racing, making up time on the schedule after that red flag. Mini Group 3 and Leo Gorski looking for another WSK title. The Tony Kart driver, the British base pole, starts on pole position. We'll be back at SARNO in just a moment. Back here at SARNO, the carts coming out onto the circuit for the mini Group 3 pre-final, led by the pole, who starts on pole, Leo Gorski. This is the grid. Gorski on pole position, Legenki out of grid 2, Stan Ratashki. So the WSK champions, 1, 2 and 3 on the grid. Trushol, DML, who won the title last year in mini under 10, Martufi, Antonio Cepa, Julian Frasnelli from Bolzano in the very north of Italy, the Czech drivers, Zdenek Babacek and Albert Tam back after food poisoning last week in the Italian Championships at Lonato. He's on grid 10, Stigson's on 11. Juan Garfiace, Santiago Diaz, the two Mexicans split by the Ukrainian Nikita Botte, Diascali, Alexander Lazarus, Sini, Evci, Achilleria, Danilo Albanese, so it's not Danilo, Domenico Albanese, Lucas Palacio from Washington, D.C., Wifeiji, Boashe Kosheva, Mark Green, Marco Verde, Girardello, Shimbashi, Marat Zvaric, Max Filde, Elton Headforce, Mohamed Al-Abaidli, Eduardo Colucci, and the final row of the grid, Federico Mirabella. Gorski 5-3-4 in the Tony kart. The bright yellow Arai helmet of the pole for the Tony Kart racing team, powered by the Vortex. The pole is on pole position. DML, last year's WSK Euro Series champion, 3 times he's won a WSK title, looking to make it 4. He's on the inside, third row of the grid. DML for team driver, alongside Mark Turfi, but it's Gorski on pole position, up to the line. We don't race. Another formation lap. Just getting back to Albert Tam, grid 10, violently ill last week with food poisoning in the Italian Championships in Desenzano. He's back on track, back up to strength. The Swiss driver, speaking of Switzerland, great to see the inaugural Elia Epifanio Trophy taking place at Vollen a couple of weeks ago. A great success it was, in loving memory of young Elia, the first of what promises to become an annual event on the international karting calendar, the Elia Epifanio Memorial Trophy. 2 weeks ago, in fact it was, at the Vollen circuit, the famous Vollen circuit outside Zurich in Switzerland. A track that young Albert Tam knows very well, the Swiss driver, Swiss-Estonian, having raced there many times. He starts out at grid 10 alongside Zdenek Babacek. Gorski on pole position alongside Legenki. Last year's WSK Champions Cup Mini Under 10 champion, the Ukrainian. 14 driver, 588. It is Gorski on pole position. Second formation lap. Under the control of our race director, Mr. Marco Carlino. The Tony kart on pole position. Stan Ratashki pushes the pole up to the line. This time we race. Stan Ratashki, the WSK Open Series champion, from the inside second row of the grid, pushes the pole sitter down into turn 2. Nice start by the Frenchman. He's second. Gorski, the pole from pole, has got the race lead. Gorski, though, pulling away. DML almost sideways there. Stan Ratashki, after that great start, now in trouble, back into P5. Frasnelli on the charge as well. The driver from Bolzano in the very north of Italy as the field go through. A clean start, thankfully, with relief in the Mini Group 3 pre-final here this morning. It's the Tony Kart Racing Team driver in P1, Gorski. First WSK victory in 2023 at Castelletto di Branduzzo in the WSK Open Series. And now he's P1. Second in the championship, Daniel Miron Lorente. He is the championship leader after taking victory over Gorski at Franciacorta in the first round of the series. So we look out for Daniel Miron Lorente. And in fact, there he is, right in the middle of your screen in P3. Ochepa, the second pole. That's him in P4. Anthony, 5.63. The LKE powered Lenzo kart dive down the inside. Legenki sends it. Team driver first and second. Gorski goes from the race lead back to sixth in one corner. Opportunistic, sensational pass from the Ukrainian. Legenki and DML go 1-2. Odchepa, he's now the top pole in the Sicilian Lenzo kart powered by the LKE. But it's the IAME powered Kart Republic's first and second. Gorski going on through. Back in sixth place. Rutashki, 5.40. Trushel, 5.13. The baby race attack. Dive down the inside from Gorski, but he goes in deep. Perfect start from pole position, but then it went wrong. He's now the second pole. Leo Gorski comes across the line in P7, in fact. He's been passed by Martufi. He's in six. Rutashki is in five. Trushel, 4. And then the leading trio in the center of your screen. Odchepa from Poland in the Lenzo kart and team driver 1-2. Legenki and Daniel Miro Lorente. Clips the ripple strip, straight lines it. Trying to get maximum engine RPM as they go up the back straight. Fastest on circuit is the aforementioned Swiss driver Albert Tam, who's done a 65.884. He's behind Santiago Diaz. Ahead of Stixon, Babacek, Lazarus, Evci, Sini, Bote, the second Ukrainian, Lucas Palacio in P18, the American. Remember his stunning victory earlier on in the year at Cremona in the WSK Supermaster Series. And the driver from the other side of the Atlantic Ocean from Washington, D.C., making up places in the early stages of the Mini Group 3 pre-final. But it's team driver 1-2. Anthony Odchepa on the charge. We think back to 10 years ago or so, and the Mini category was dominated by the LKE engine. It was almost a monopoly for the Sicilian manufacturer. They're back in form here in P3 at the moment and looking quick. Alexander Lazarus, he now goes fastest with a 105.4. Gorski makes his way back into fourth place. Odchepa just shadowing the two team driver teammates. Legenki from Ukraine, Daniel Miro Lorente, the Dutchman from Costa Blanca in Spain. Anthony Odchepa, Leo Gorski, the Polish drivers, 3 and 4. For very different teams though, watching to the final corner on lap 4. Anthony Odchepa just waits and shadows Legenki and DML. Gorski's been passed. Frasnelli makes his way through. The top Italian in P4. Retashki, Trushel, the French-American. Can see an incident at turn 2. Has taken out Luigi Diascoli and Marat Zvaric, the Italian and the Thai. The rest of the field go by. Eduardo Colucci also the retirement, so 29 of the 32 starters. Team driver 1-2, Anthony Odchepa looks over his shoulder. 107 k's an hour last time across the line. Frasnelli from Gorski, the pole sitter, the second pole. Just shadowing Julian Frasnelli from the very north of Italy, walking distance to the Austrian border. He lives in the town of Bolzano, the region which will host the 2026 Winter Olympic Games. Frasnelli, P4 at the moment, and Gorski just shadowing him, trying to work together to catch the leaders on your screen. The leading trio, but from vastly different teams. David Delucchi, team driver owner, watching on from pit lane. His drivers from Ukraine, in Spain, 1-2. Anthony Odchepa, the top pole in P3. Dives down the inside, DML. The Dutchman now into Erste Positie. Legenki back to 2. The leading trio now becomes a 5-kart fight, including Leo Gorski, the pole sitter in the Vortex Power Tony kart. Trushel, Retashki go through. Martufi, Santiago Diaz, El Mexicano, Lazarus, Tam, Sini, Stixon, and Lucas Palacio. Now up into P14 as Gorski now back into the fight for the lead. Into P3, into P2, nicely done. He's now the top pole. Odchepa back to 3. fabulous fight in the dying stages of the mini Group 3 pre-final. Intelligent drive from Leo Gorski. He was in traffic. He made a move on that corner 3 laps ago and actually lost a position in doing so. So just waited, used his intelligence, his experience. And now he's fought back into second place behind Julian Frasnelli. He'll make a move here. Watch into turn 2. Looks behind him and waits. Just skips over the very light bump on the exit of turn 2. Stays off the left side ripple strip, straight over the inside. Launches up over the back of Julian. Almost the end of the game for Gorski. Went airborne. Look at the damage to the front of the Tony kart. Wow. Gorski lucky to still be in the race. Julian Frasnelli in first place. Ochepa's now the top pole. Gorski's fallen back to 11. Ochepa on the outside. He's been mauled back into P6. Frasnelli in second place. Last lap this time round. Incredibly, Gorski may still get something out of this. Ratajski goes on through. Stan Ratajski, the newly crowned WSK Open Series champion. He's up into P3 from Miron Lorente. Frasnelli from Truchol. It's looking good for Julian for Team Baby Race. They're first, second and third at the moment. Julian from Alessandro and Stan, second French driver to take a WSK title in Mini, along with Jano Pujol. Here is Stan Frasneski, Stan Ratajski, Legenki. Martufi's now ahead of Miron Lorente, Santiago Diaz, and the 2 poles 8 to 9. Ochepa and Leo Gorski on the last lap of the race. Miron Lorente 5.52. Legenki just a couple of places ahead as the real field pour on through. Lassiter, Cini, Stixon, Palacio, Girardello, Ge, and Nikita Botte, head of Domenico Albanese and Zdenek Babacek. Final corner, and the checkered flag will wave. Team Baby Race come across the line in first, second, and third place. Frasnelli wins it. Gorski P9 from pole position. As Elton head forwards, Federico Mirabella, Takero Shimbashi, and on debut, Mohammed Saif Alobaidli, the Qatarian, in P29 as the final finisher. Frasnelli from Bolzano takes the victory. We take a look at the highlights from pole position. Leo Gorski led the field away. Legenki around the outside. It was team driver who went 1-2. Legenki and Daniel Miron Lorente shadowed by the Lenzo kart driver from Poland, Antonio Ochepa. Miron Lorente DML down the inside of his teammate. Legenki having to defend from Ochepa as Frasnelli split the 2 poles. Ochepa up into second place, but then off the road. This was the moment that almost cost the pole sitter potentially the WSK Euro Series title. He is second in the series. He was back to 11th after running into the grass. Gorski did recover to P9. Frasnelli, though, puts himself into contention, taking victory over his 2 teammates, Alessandro Truchol and Stan Ratajski. Going in deep on the final corner, actually cost him a position. Leo Gorski, a frustrating race. He started from pole, but it's Team Baby Race. First, second, and third place. Frasnelli takes the victory from Alessandro Truchol and Stan Ratajski. We believe that Alexander Legenki will start on pole position for the final later this afternoon. He finished 4th, head of Miron Lorente. Martuvi, Ochepa, the first pole, 10-8. Gorski 9, Santiago Diaz, El Mexicano in P10. Stixon 11, Palacio comes home in 12th place. Just the 3 retirements, Luigi Diascoli, the series debutant from Thailand, Marat Zvaric in the Kali kart, and Eduardo Colucci did not take the start. Hello Baidley from Qatar, the final finisher in 29th position. Frasnelli takes the victory. We believe he will start grid 6 for the final. Legenki, this is provisional. 27 points to Ratashki on 30, and Gorski inside second row of the grid on 31 points. We'll take a very short break. We'll continue racing with our pre-finals. OK National live from SARNO in just a moment. Back here at SARNO for the OKN pre-final. The karts make their way out onto the circuit, led by Julius Ochepa, who finished second at the first round of the championship at Franciacorta. He starts on pole position alongside Nicolas Marchese. The team driver from Italy, alongside Julius Ochepa. In the Lenzo kart, there is the active volcano in the background. That is Mount Vesuvius. This is the grid for OKN. Julius Ochepa, Nicolas Marchese, Lamberto Ferrari, Batti Yildirim, who won here 12 months ago, Salvatore Toscano from Malta, Leon Headforce from Sweden, Luisa Maria Della Pietra out of grid 7 in the OKN pre-final. Original kart national, the karts on the circuit, not the biggest field in history, but it should be a good race. Since they've been racing together with the OK National Junior Karts throughout the weekend in the 3 heats. They've been separated though for the pre-finals and finals this morning. This is Original Kart National. This is Julius Ochepa on pole position. Over 12 laps. The category that made its WSK debut at this circuit in 2023, won by Batti Yildirim. The Turk for Modena Kart, 8.04 out of grid 4. Julius, the pole, on pole position. We race. Luisa Maria Della Pietra, you could see her. She was right in the middle of the circuit. So we'll see if anything comes up of that. Sure, she was on the back of the grid, but she made it 3 wide going into the first corner. A clean start for the original kart national category. And it's Giulia Socepa who leads from Lamberto Ferrari, the LKE-powered Lenzo kart in P1. The Modena-powered Formula K in second place. Salvatore Toscano in P3, being shadowed by Leon Hetfors. Good start from the Swede. On the outside, there is the news, bottom left, under investigation, no doubt. You saw it clear as day. 810 right in the middle of the circuit. Marchese there. As we see one car into the grass early on, does recover. Giulia Socepa with an enormous lead. Carnage at the back of the pack. 2 karts going round. Oh, wow, Salvatore Toscano. Up onto 2 wheels. It's Batti Yildirim who's gone out. No, it's Marchese, in fact, was involved in that with Batti Yildirim. Marchese is out on the first lap of the race. They did not need to do that. Giulia Socepa is gone. On the middle of your screen, he's got an enormous lead. That's Leon Hetfors. Now up into P2 is the Swede in the Modena-powered TR kart. Salvatore Toscano makes it a Lenzo kart 1-3. Nicolas Marchese is out on the opening lap of the race. Touch, we believe, with Batti Yildirim, who won in 2023. There's the Turk at the back of the pack, Luisa Maria Della Pietra, under investigation. She was dead in the middle of the circuit. As you see Nicholas walk back to pit lane, not even completing 1 lap of the pre-final. Hetfors up into second place. Salvatore Toscano. Luisa Maria Della Pietra under investigation. She was right in the middle of the circuit. No attempt to stay in grid 7 and immediately under investigation. I'll bring you up to date with the inevitable news. For the moment, it is just under investigation. You know almost certainly that's going to change though. Giulia Socepa out front, the pole from pole position. Leads in the Sicilian manufactured Lenzo kart powered by the LKE engine. Salvatore Toscano, 2-time Maltese champion, in third place. Head of Luisa Maria Della Pietra. Lamberto Ferrari in the Modena-powered Formula K kart. And Batti Yildirim coming together with Marchese on that corner. On the opening lap of the race, they did not need to do that. Marchese will have to come from the back of this smallish grid for the final this afternoon. There's Leon Hetfors. Driving nicely as the Swede finally finds form after a forgettable first round at Franciacorta, where he was missing a good 1,000 engine RPM. As Julius puts in a 58.954. Back on the pace is the Swede in the Modena-powered DR car, driving for the 5-time world champion, Danilo Rossi. There's the 2-time Maltese champion, Salvatore Toscano. Della Pietra, Lamberto Ferrari, who won at Franciacorta in the WSK Final Cup at the end of 2023. And Batti Yildirim, he won the inaugural WSK Open Cup in Original Kart National at this very circuit 12 months ago. We start lap 5, the gap between Julius and Leon, 2.6 seconds. It will be more than that now because Julius has done a couple of purple sectors and now a purple lap as well, 58.8. 0.3 of a second faster than Leon Hetfors. Mind you, he's got nearly 2 seconds. Clear of the Maltese driver, Salvatore Toscano. Another best lap for Giulia Socepa. Of course, Karol Pascevic, another Polish driver for the Sicilian team. It's a great combination. As Leon goes through, clips the ripple strip, does the Swede. Karol Pascevic taking his first WSK title earlier on in 2024. That was at La Conca in the WSK Open Series. Polish driver, Sicilian team, LKE-powered Lenzo kart. There's Lamberto Ferrari going through. Original Kart National, Giulia Socepa racing with us since the days of 60 Minute. The young Polish driver comes across the line, an enormous lead at 127 kilometers an hour. This is Leon Hetfors. 127.6 for him. Toscano, Ferrari, Della Pietra, Now with a 5-second penalty, not even 3 seconds. 5-second penalty, that puts her down in 6th place. And of course, Nicolas Marquez, the Franciacorta race winner in the final cup from 2023, is out. Head forwards just rides the ripple strip, recently been testing with the Viola Formula Racing team. A couple of days in Formula 4 for young Leon. Now running in P2 for the first time in his relatively short career, coming out of the Swedish Championship. Older brother of Elton. Racing with us in 60 minutes. There's Julius Ochepa. Looking good. The Lenzo car, the manufacturer, which won the 2011 World Cup in KZ2 with Joey Hansen. There's head forwards. The Swede with the Persian origins. One of 3 drivers here with Persian heritage, along with Roman Kamyab, who starts in pole position for OK Junior, and also Sebastian Eskandari, the young Australian. Those 3 drivers, along with Leon, from Sweden, England and Australia, both with Persian family heritage. All 3 of them, in fact. The pole, Julius Ochepa, P1, 8.05. Head force, and Salvatore Toscano in P3. Half race distance for OK National. Batti Yildirim is the championship leader on 111 points over Julius Ochepa on 54 points, and Nicolas Marquez also on 54, but points for the pre-final, and Marquez gets 0 out of it this morning. Julius Ochepa trying to take the 2nd title back to Poland in 2024 for the Lenzo kart team. Head force, Toscano, Ferrari. Batti Yildirim now in P5. He is the championship leader on 111 points, but after that contact with Nicolas Marquez, he's down in P5. Lap 8, 4 seconds between the pole. There's the Swede. Straight lines the ripple strip. Toscano stays off it. Into the far hairpin at the end of the old back straight. Lap 8 of 12. We've just come up to the 8-minute mark. 1 lap, 1,670 metres. Toscano, Lamberto Ferrari, and then yielded in P5 for the championship leader, who won the opening round of the championship at Franciacorta, taking victory over Ochepa, Maximilian Radafalik. Nicolas Marquez was P5 at Franciacorta, but has DNF the pre-final here this morning. Lap 9 of 12, Original Kart National. The new initiative from the FIA, racing for the World Cup in 2023. And for the first time in 2023 in WSK World Competition, Batti Yildirim, the inaugural champion last year at this circuit. And OK National Junior, they're out on track at the conclusion of this one. 19 karts in OK Junior. They did run together in the heats throughout the last 2 days. Julius Ochepa looking good out front. He goes purple as well. 58.503, fastest on circuit. Smashes over the ripple strip coming onto the straight. Over the start finish line at 126 kilometres an hour. Head force looks back behind him. The gap stays 0.8 of a second. The Swede has got P2 under control for the moment. If he does stay there, Leon head force to start inside second row of the grid. Marquez, after a good run through the heats despite the DNF this morning, would still run. We'll start from grid 2 for the final this afternoon. This is Julius Ochepa cruising to victory. Leon head force. Perfect drive in second place. Toscano, Ferrari, and Batti Yildirim. Luisa Maria Della Pietra, her 2nd penalty of the weekend. And remarkably, it was for the same offence. She came up to the line in the middle of the circuit. 2 wheels over the white line, that's a 3-second penalty. She had all 4 wheels right in the middle of the track. And a 5-second penalty has put her down to P6. Penultimate lap of the race. Michele Lenzo's team The Lenzo kart with the LKE powered engine. The kart manufactured in Sicily or Sicilia, as is the engine. Head force, Modena powered DR kart driving for the 5-time world champion, Danilo Rossi. Penultimate lap for Julius Ochepa, the gap almost 6 seconds. Batti Yildirim's put in a purple sector. The championship leader, the Franciacorta race winner. Last lap, look at the lead from Julius. Head force has now been caught by Salvatore Toscano. The gap down to just a couple of tenths of a second. The Lenzo kart team trying to go 1-2, split by Leon Headforce, who's driven nicely here this morning. He's in P2. If he holds the place, he'll start grid 3 critically inside second row of the grid for the final. Against smashes over the ripple strip coming onto the back straight, which Julius Ochepa is exiting now. The final few corners, Julius Ochepa cruising to victory. Goes purple last time round with a 58.4. He will take the checkered flag to line up on pole position for the final later this afternoon. Head force under attack into the final corner. The Swede has to defend. He leaves the door open. Julius Ochepa takes victory. Head force has been passed, but he retakes it on the exit. Did it the hard way, but Leon Headforce, his best result thus far in WSK competition. And the Swede to start inside second row of the grid. Julius Ochepa takes victory in the Original Kart National Pre-Final here this morning. Your race winner. Second WSK title for the Lenzo kart team for a Polish driver. Don't discount it. After Karol Paszovic took victory at La Conca Murolacese in the WSK Open Series earlier on this year. Ochepa takes the victory by 7 seconds. Leon Headforce, Salvatore Toscano, Lenzo kart 1-3. Ferrari, Batti Yildirim, the series leader in P5. Luisa Maria Della Pietra and Nicolas Marchese out on the opening lap of the race. The OKN National Junior Final or Pre-Final in just a moment. Sebastian Escandari Morandi will start from pole position. He has been untouchable in Original Kart National Junior. That's OKNJ. Nicolas Marchese, Sol DNF, his car being dragged back to the pits. Will make up the time from the time lost in the schedule after the red flag in the first of our pre-finals here this morning. Original Kart National Junior pre-final in just a moment from SARNO. Sebastian Escandari Morandi, what a story this is. Pole position on Friday when the Original Kart, the OKN and OKNJ karts raced together and qualified together as the karts come out to the circuit. He was faster, was Sebastian, even than the OKN senior kart and even out-qualified Original Kart, that's OK Junior. His time in OKN Junior would have put him on pole position for OKJ. The kart's coming out onto the grid. Sebastian on pole position. The grid looks like this. Sebastian Escandari out of grid 1 for Ward Racing. Lucas Bonholm, Billy Van Staveren, Valerio Villapiana. Malotta, who took pole position of Franciacorta. Prokor Solikovstev on debut, the Russian in WSK. Bruno Blanco, Siva, Osachi, Suslavski, Hitsonia, and Davide Morese, the Brazilians, on the 5th row of the grid. On his home circuit, Joseph Little, Giuseppe Piccolo, Franek Bal, Sebastian Frigelet, the Kleine Kupen, Lorenzo D'Amico, Raffaele Mini. The Mini will get back to Rafa in a moment. Giacomo Giusto, Davide Iannone, and Marco Martini, first race in WSK. A couple of cars actually slow to get out of the grid. Likely will have an extra formation lap. The track was blocked. Sorry, the pit lane exit was blocked there for a moment, through no fault of anybody's. So a couple of cars slow to get underway, but they have all now come out onto the circuit. Lorenzo D'Amico, Giacomo Giusto, and Marco Martini. Their passage of the exit of pit lane was blocked. Sebastian Escandari on pole position is the Australian, newly crowned vice-Italian champion, untouchable throughout the heats. Lucas Bonholm out of grid 2. The OKN Junior pre-final. Another formation lap. Sebastian Escandari Morandi looking to take his second WSK title. He won the WSK Mini Super Cup at La Conca Muralocese World Circuit in 2023. Has been untouchable thus far this weekend. Just repeating, his time in OKN Junior was faster than all the OKN senior drivers and would have put him on pole position outright in OK Junior. The Ward Racing driver, the Queenslander, a day after his hometown Brisbane Lions take victory in the AFL Grand Final. And only a handful of viewers know exactly what that means. For 99% of you watching on live around the world, you've got no idea what I just said. Sebastian, the Queenslander, pole position alongside Lucas Bonholm. The Vortex-powered Tony Kart Racer 401 RR chassis lock out the front row off the grid. BVS out of grid 2. Billy van Staveren, who finished second, a welcome return to the podium for the young Dutchman at Franciacorta. The race, which was won by Antonio Pizzonia. We race. Lucas Bonholm misses the start, and the Frenchman from grid 2 is back into P5. Huge crash down into turn 1. Oh, that was a big one. It was one of the Monster K factory cars. The drivers looked to be okay, and we believe the second was Pizzonia. Local yellow only for the moment. And the drivers are okay. Villapiana, in fact, it was. Valerio Villapiana, relatively okay. Valerio Villapiana and Seva Osachi Suslovsky. Local yellow only for the moment. That may change, though. Sebastian is the race leader. Double waved yellows across the start-finish line. Sebastian with the race lead. They go by the accident scene, which is off-screen. And we go back green into turn 2. So Sebastian Escandari Morandi ahead of Billy van Staveren and Alex Malotta back in third place. That was a nasty crash. Valerio Villapiana, Seva Osachi Suslovsky. They are walking back though, and they are okay. So Sebastian with a nice lead over Billy van Staveren for the Modena car team. Off the road in the background, Alex Malotta. Losing time there. There's Lucas Bonholm going through. Pizzonia, it was his teammate involved in that accident. Not Antonio, who's had a rough run this weekend. But now the Brazilian up into P4. And Sebastian, for the first time this weekend, has got a fight on his hands. Valerio Villapiana walking back to pit lane, attended to by the medical team. He is shaken. Sebastian, though, has got the race lead and being shadowed by the Dutchman, Billy van Staveren. The field go on through. Pizzonia, Bonholm, Malotta, Frijolet, Franek, Ball, Lorenzo D'Amico, Giuseppe Piccolo, who is far from what his surname suggests. Piccolo, literally translating into little. He's grown about 1 foot over the past 3 or 4 months. He's no longer little. He's ahead of Giacomo Giusto, Kumpen, Janone, Proko, Solokovsev, and Raffaele Mini. On debut is the new Siciliano, younger brother of Gabriele Mini, multiple WSK champion for the Paralympic Motorsport team. Gabriele Mini, vice champion in the FIA Formula 3 Championship, and a podium on debut in Baku in Azerbaijan in Formula 2. Gabriele Mini here at the circuit helping his younger brother Raffaele Mini, who's having his first run in WSK and only his second race in the junior category. Raffaele Mini, Il Sicilianino, the little Sicilian, rounds out the field. In fact, he's got ahead of Morese and Lorenzo D'Amico. Rafa in 7.48 in the Paralympic in P14. This fight, though, for P3, Bonholm, Pizzonia, Bruno Blanco, and Alex Malotta. The Firefly Racing Team driver from Slovakia who took pole position. Earlier on in the year, he finished P2 in the season opening WSK Champions Cup before taking a race win in the Supermaster Series, a long overdue race win for Alex Malotta. He's in P6 ahead of the Mexican Frijolet. And now Sebastian Escandari starts to skip away. He has been untouchable. And he puts in a 58.9. He'll walk away with this if Billy Van Staveren can't respond imminently. There's Lucas Bonholm, the boy from Brazil, Antonio Pizzonia, who has struggled. He won that spectacular final at Franciacorta, but he's been back in 10th, 11th position throughout the heats. Now he's in position 4 for team driver. There's the South American behind the Frenchman, fights the steering wheel. Does young Antonio Jr. Blanco, Malotta, Franek, Bao. Just been passed by Giuseppe Piccolo. Purple sector now from Pizzonia, who's found speed at the right time of the weekend. Escandari, though, goes purple, 58.8 for the Australian. Half a second clear of Billy Van Staveren, Bonholm, and Pizzonia. Sebastian skips away. Pole position, 3 heat wins from 3 starts. They raced together with OKN Senior, and he beat most of them home as well. His qualifying time, this was outstanding. This was remarkable. His qualifying time was quicker than the OKN Senior drivers and would have put him on pole position in OK Junior. As Malotta down the inside and makes a move on the LA Motorsport driver, Bruno Blanco. Sebastian, purple first sector, purple second sector. Now out to 7/10 of a second. Big move down the inside. Proko. Solokovstev, the Russian, fighting with Sebastian Frijolet. Raffaele Mini, the new Siciliano, on debut in WSK. Only just moving out of 60 Mini. Now inside the top 10. Bravo, il Sicilianino. .58.6. The gap 7/10 of a second, and another purple sector in this lap alone. There's Malotta straight over the ripple strip. Sebastian on your screen. Giacomo Giusto has retired, incidentally. That was his kart in the background out on the back straight. The gap 7/10 of a second. Billy Van Staveren, P2 at Franciacorta, P2 here this morning. There's Alex Malotta, the Gillard TG17 chassis, powered by the TM 702. Vice champion in the WSK Champions Cup Supermaster Series race winner. Sebastian trying to take his second WSK title. Only he and William Kalija, the only 2 Australians to have won WSK Championship titles. And Sebastian, later this afternoon, look at that, 58.6. May well do it twice. Van Staveren, Lucas Bonholm, Proko Solokovstev, the Russian on debut for the DR Racing Car Team P7. He's done a purple sector, he's quick. Ahead of Piccolo, Kumpen, who's had a tough weekend, the Belgian. And Raffaele Mini, on debut in WSK, younger brother of Gabri Mini. And Sebastian jumps out of the seat. Ward Racing, the Tony car powered by the Vortex. We'll check the gap this time round. There is BVS, second in the race, second at Franciacorta. Actually down a tenth of a second. The Dutchman staying with the Australian, Lucas von Hobb. There is o Menino do Brasil, Antonio P4, finding speed at the right time of the weekend. Blanco, Malota, Solikostev, Kumpen, Piccolo, Mini, Iannone, Frijolet, Mores e D'Amico. The final runner in P14. We've lost also Franciszek Bał, Justo, Viapiana and Osachi Shushlovsky on the first lap of the race. Blanco going through for LA Motorsport, the team from Verona in the north of Italy. Bruno Blanco, 7:05 in the Paralim, powered by the TM. This is the Vortex Tony kart. Hunched over the wheel, 100% effort from the Australian. The Dutchman in P2, the Frenchman, the Brazilian, and Bruno Blanco here in Italy is the Italian in P5. 9/10 of a second, another purple lap, 58.5. Sebastian is dominating. Pole position in qualifying, 3 heat victories from 3 starts. Maximum points surely for the Australian in the pre-final. The world-class, world-famous Ward Racing team, Joachim, Rosemary and Rebecca. One of the finest racing teams and one of the nicest families you'll ever meet anywhere. World-class racing team, great combination with the young Australian. Joachim watching on for pit lane. His boy is dominating as he's done all weekend. Sebastian Escandati, again, he jumps out of the seat twice into the final corner. Starts the penultimate lap of the race. The gap 1.1 seconds. Back to Billy Van Staveren, Lucas von Hobb, Pizzonia and Bruno Blanco. Solikostev in P6. Piccolo, Kumpen, Mini, che bravo. Nona posizione. And the Mexican, Sebastian Frijolet in P10. Lucas von Hobb for Monty Racing, also in a Tony kart. Billy Van Staveren, P2 for the Dutchman. He's P2 in the series. Sebastian Escandati dominating the weekend, but he's only 8th. He only picked up 21 points at Franciacorta. DNF crashing out in the opening stages of the final. He's about to get the last lap board, just over 1 mile to race for the young Australian. The Queenslander for the Swedish team here in the south of Italy in the WSK Euro Series. Last lap in the OKN Junior pre-final. Maximum points surely coming up. This is Lucas, Antonio, and Bruno Blanco. The gap 1.2 seconds. His father Babak making that painfully long flight to be here with his son. Here this weekend. Kelly's been here for the last few weeks. Vice Italian champion after missing the first round a week ago at Lonato. And a contender for the WSK Euro Series here this afternoon. Certainly will start from pole position. He's got half a lap to go. Billy Van Staveren, superb. Van Lengs, naar rechts. Billy Van Staveren in P2. But it's the Australian for the Swedish team. Sebastian Escandati continues his domination of the WSK Euro Series here at SARNO. He wins the pre-final comfortably to line up on pole position for the final. Van Staveren, Bonhom, Pizzonia, Blanco, Prokos, Solikotsov. And then this battle, Kumpen, Piccolo e bravo Raffamini, il sicilianino. Prima gara VSK chiude in 9ª posizione. D'Amico, Morese, Iannone. And Sebastian Frijolet out on the last lap of the race. The highlights of the OKN Junior Pre-Final. From pole position, Billy Van Staveren did a nice job to stay with. And then this nasty incident between Valerio Villapiana and Seva Osachi-Shushlovsky. Fortunately, they were both okay. Lucas Bonhomme, Alex Malota in the grass, the Slovakian doing nicely to hold on to that. That was good skill from Malota, who took pole position at the first round of the championship at Franciacorta Pizzonia, who's just that last tenth or two this weekend. Right in this battle. Found something here this morning to come home P4 behind Lucas Bonhomme. Out front, again, Sebastian uncatchable. Untouchable, the Australian. Pole position with a time which would have put him on pole position for OK Junior. 3 heat wins and the pre-final victory this morning. He starts on pole position for the final this afternoon. Billy Van Staveren, Lucas Bonhomme, Pizzonia, Blanco, Solikotsev. First WSK race for the DR Racing driver. Kumpen recovers for 7. Giuseppe Piccolo, Joseph Little 8. Rafa Mini, first WSK race. Head of Lorenzo D'Amico, Morese, Iannone, the final finisher in 12. Frijolet, Sebastian out on the last lap of the race, as was Alex Malota just a few laps prior to the checkered flag. Sebastian on pole position for the final later this afternoon. 2 races remaining here this morning. OK Junior pre-final with Roman Kamyab, the Franciacorta race winner, to start from pole position. We'll take a very short break. Back live from SARNO in just a moment. Back here at SARNO, just a few moments as we recover the DNFs from the OKN Junior Pre-Finals. The OK Junior Pre-Final, Roman Kamyab on pole position before we race. Let's take a look at some of the highlights this week here at SARNO in OKJ. Roman Kamyab will start from pole position for the pre-final for OKJ. 32 carts to come out onto the grid in a moment for the pre-final. He is the race winner from Franciacorta and the championship leader on 111 points. Nicholas Schaufler finishing P3 at Franciacorta. That was in OKJ, but young Nicholas, still young, actually racing OK this weekend. His first race in OK for Nicholas. He actually took pole position. Roman Kamyab chasing the title for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Finishing 1-3 with Filippo Sala at Franciacorta, split by Dries van Langendonk. Jack Eilert, driver to watch this weekend, the Texan. Not setting a time in qualifying, but he had some outstanding heats from grid 32. Came home to finish in the top 6 multiple times in the heats. And the Texan, 330, starts out of grid 6 here this morning. Roman Kamyab on pole position, and he is the championship leader on 111 points. The second of 2 rounds, the WSK Euro Series here at SARNO. Still just a moment or two as the DNFs from the previous OK National Junior Pre-Final are brought back to the pits. Great to have your company here this morning as we work our way towards the end of the 19th season of WSK Promotion World Competition. Congratulations also to Freddie Slater just a few moments ago, wrapping up the 2024 Italian Formula 4 Championship after victory in the second race at Barcelona. Next week we are at Monza, where Freddie can also take out the Euro 4 Series Championship. The 3-round series last year won by McLaren Jr. and former WSK champion Ugo Ugachukwu. Race 3 in the Italian Championship later this afternoon. After the conclusion of this, the WSK Euro Series, we crown the champions of the WSK Euro Series, which dates back to 2010. The first ever WSK Euro Series junior champion was the Dutchman, born in Belgium, Max Verstappen, who beat Alex Albon to the title. Roman Kamyab hoping to follow in his footsteps. Max won it twice actually, 2010, 2011. 2011 he actually beat Esteban Ocon to the championship. Alex Palau, IndyCar champion, defeating next year's Prema IndyCar driver, Callum Ilott, to the 2012 WSK Euro Series, and Lando Norris winning the 2013 Euro Series. Roman for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team on pole. Mariano Lopez out of 2. Kralik, Waltz, Gianmatteo Russo in the energy course. Jack Eilert, after not setting a qualifying time, superb out of 6. Jesse Phillips, Andrea Mani, Filippo Sala, and the fastest qualifier, Maxim Bobrishov. Arata Endo, William Collegia, first race for the Australian with the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. Bosco Arias, Darren Jean, Dean the Dutchman, Bruno Grich, Ilya Bereshkin, and the 6-time mini WSK champion, Iskander the Great, Sulficati out of 18. Mats van Rooyen, Roland Nagy, Paul Andriotis, Waltz, Girardet, Aminko, Quarar Firan, Luke Horner, Turner Brown, Chico from California, Marcel Jebo, Sun Hakkinen, Sedelinkov, and Mark Pilapenko, who qualified equal pole position with his teammate for Fusion Motorsport, Maxim Bobrishov, but has had a terrible run throughout the heats. He starts on the 16th row of the grid. Roman Kamyab on pole position. Mariano Lopez, El Peruviano, for Fusion Motorsport out of grid 2. The OK Junior Pre-Final. The Brit with the Persian heritage for the English team here in the south of Italy on pole position. RK326 to the left of your screen. Mariano for Fusion Motorsport out of grid 2. Smash Gianmatteo Russo right into the back of Ian Kralik. Up to the line, and we don't race. That was a big hit there. Jesse Phillips just behind. Jesse 328, his 13th birthday. Celebrated at the circuit 2 days ago. Jesse, last year's OKN Junior World Cup champion. Former European champion as well. Jesse Phillips inside, fourth row off the grid, alongside Andrea Mani, who finished P2 at Franciacorta in the WSK Open Series earlier on this year. Andrea Mani triple three in the X-Prix for Forza Racing. Mark Pilapenko, Fusion Motorsport, the very back of the grid despite qualifying equal pole position. His teammate Ella Häkkinen just a position ahead. She's had a tough run this weekend. The Czech Finn from Monte Carlo, a day after her father, 1986 Finnish 100cc national champion. Mika watching on live from, mate, I don't know where you are in the world at the moment. Happy birthday for yesterday. 46 years of age, was it? Ella starting on the 15th row of the grid for Fusion Motorsport. Her teammate Mark Pilapenko just behind. Watch for the Californian Turner Brown out of grid 27 as well. Frantic at the start of the pack, or at the front of the pack. There is Jesse, 328. Into the back of Russo in the Energy, 303. Roman controls the pace. The OK Junior Pre-Final, the WSK Euro Series. The British teams on the front row of the grid. We race. Shoots to the outside, does Roman Kamyab. Slams it across. And we've got 2-3 carts. Mark Pilapenko's out. We've also lost the 3-2-4 Rick Giffley Motorsport cart. At the exit of turn 1, Paul Andriotis. He's attempting to restart. Roman Kamyab slams it to the outside into turn 1 and decisively takes the lead. They go up the back straight for the first time, and the German down the inside. Nice pass by Ian Kralik. The Kart Republic goes P1. Andriotis is out. Mark Pilapenko is also out. At the first corner, they're both fine, but their morning is over. They'll have to come from the back of the pack in the final later this afternoon. We come across the line for the first time as the German from the Brit. From Panama in Central America, the 303 in position 3. Gianmatteo Russo. Lopez, Jesse Phillips, Waltz, Sala, Jack Eilert, Endo, Bosco Arias, Mani, Ding the Dutchman, Badeshkin, Kalija, and Mats van Rooyen for the Netherlands in P15. Kralik, superb. He leads as we settle into a rhythm. We go up the back straight. Gianmatteo Russo, multiple WSK wins in 60 Mini, now driving for the Energy Corsa Racing Team. 303 in position 3. Lopez, El Peruviano, Mariano, just ahead of Jack Eilert. Waltz, Endo, Bosco Arias, Mani, and Jesse Phillips, who made a good start, but he's back to 11th place. As you see, Lopez, the tall South American, sits high in the Fusion Motorsport. That's a Kart Republic, remember. He's now behind Roman Kamyab, who's had a perfect weekend. He is the championship leader. He won at Franciacorta. He's back in P3. Russo from Panama into second place. A ferocious start to the OK Junior Pre-Final. And it's Ian Kralik who's saved his best to the most important part of the weekend, as the field dive on through over the ripple strip up the back straight. Dean the Dutchman, Badeshkin, Kalija, Van Rooyen, Jesse's fallen back to 15. That's Phillips from Grich. Maxim Bobrashov, Zulfikari, Alois Girardet, Quadar Firand rounds out the 20. Kralik, superb. The Kart Republic powered by the Iami. Iami power on the Energy Corsa though. Gets a good run into the final corner, does Gianmatteo Russo. Sala ahead of Mani and Dean the Dutchman. This is lap 4 of 12. Russo's looking good here as Roman Kamyab tries to find some rhythm, some momentum as well. Started from pole position. He's the Franciacorta race winner. He's the series leader, trying to take the WSK Euro Series as the field streamed through the chicane, going over the back straight. But Eshkin, Kalija, Mats van Rooyen, Jesse Phillips back to 15. Former OKN Junior World Cup champion. An initial good start, but it's almost as though he's got some sort of problem. Jesse, the Brit, back into 15 from Grich, Zulfikari, Quadar Firan, Alois Girardet. But it's Ian Kralik who leads the way. This is a sector which Matteo Russo is quick. Look at the Panamanian. Close in on the back of the German. RK in P3. The championship leader, Mariano Lopez. El Peruviano for the Fusion Motorsport team in P4. Jack Eilert, the Texan, did not set a time in qualifying, but has come storming on through as Roman sends it. Lopez takes the both of them. Russo back into P4. Kralik disappears down the road. The German leads as the rest fight. Roman back in P2. Jack on the attack. What a pass from the Texan. From the back of the grid after not setting a time in qualifying. He's now up into P2 after working his way throughout the heats with some storming drives. 3 into 1. Jack from Austin, Texas. The city that will host the forthcoming United States Formula One Grand Prix at the Circuit of the Americas, his home track. Jack Eilert, P2 for Forza Racing. Roman still there in P3. Russo, Bosco, Arias. And then the first of the two Waltz brothers, Devon in 335. Sala, Endo, Hugendorn. Bereshkin, Lopez back into 11. Kalija now back into 12. Van Rooyen, Grich, Jesse Phillips. And Iskander Zulfikari. Bosco Arias, 3-time WSK champion. There's the second generation racer. Bosco from Spain, 302 in the Kart Republic. Came from grid 13 for DPK Racing. He's quick here this morning. Kralik now with a lead, 1 second. Roman Kamyab with a 58.1. He goes fastest. The rest of the field pour down the start-finish straight. Van Rooyen, Kalija, Endo, Zulfikari, Phillips still stuck back in 16 is Jesse. Just the two retirements, Paul Andriotis, Mark Pilapenko on the opening corner, the opening lap of the race, but Ian Kralik with a superb start has got the race lead by just over a second. Jack on the attack. Eilert, the English-American, 330 in second place. Roman Kamyab, the Franciacorta race winner, the series leader in P3 for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Russo, Bosco Arias, and Devon Waltz. Dean the Dutchman, Hugendorn now up into 7. Bereshkin, Sala, Lopez, Grich, Van Rooyen, and Billy C. The gap down to 0.8 of a second now as Jack Eilert closes in on the German. The fight for 4, 5, and 6. Russo, Bosco Arias, and Devon Waltz. It is on. Devon's gone on through. Waltz in P4. Jack on the attack. He goes 58.1. The Texan is flying. Rides the ripple strip. That's his teammate. Waltz dances over the ripple strip. Devon up into P4. Lap 8 of 12, the OK Junior Pre-Final. As it stands, Roman Kamyab in P3 would still start from pole position for the final later this afternoon. The Franciacorta race winner, surely the favourite for the WSK Euro Series. But needs to finish the job here this morning. Ian Kralik with that super start is now being caught by Jack Eilert. What a superb performance. He goes purple. 58 dead, matched by Dean Hugendorn. 58.065 for Dean the Dutchman in P7. Hugendorn, who started 15th on the grid, fastest on the circuit ahead of Lopez, Sala, Grich, Endo, Van Rooyen, Kalija, Phillips, and Zulfikari. Turner Brown, Chico, the Californian, on debut in WSK, now up into 17th after a tough run through the heats. There's Russo, Bosco Arias, and Devon Waltz. Hugendorn, that's in, that's Dean in the background. Newly announced Williams Formula One Academy Junior. Dean the Dutchman, multiple WSK champion. Hugendorn, van the Netherlands. Fastest on circuit with a 58 dead. The fight for the lead. An outstanding performance from Jack Iliff. No timing qualifying, 32nd on the grid. Storming through to finish in the top 6 multiple times. Started grid 6 and he's only 1 position away from leading the pre-final. Jack from Austin, Texas. With his family origins in Manchester in the north of England for the Forza Racing Team. The proudly English Forza Racing Team. Up the back straight. He got a good run that time. Ian Kralik, superb for Ian. The German in P1 in the Kart Republic. Jack Iliff for TM Powered Esprit, 330 into the final corner. Here's an opportunity. Dives down the inside. Jack on the attack, but he goes in deep. Iliff from grid 32 after qualifying briefly led the pre-final. Penultimate lap of the race. It is on further back. Russo Bereshkin, WSK Open champion, the Russian from Lopez, Sala, Grich, Endo, Kalija, Sulfikari and Mats van Rooyen ahead of the Californian Turner Brown. Corners next, Zhang, Quadar-Firand and Andrea Mani rounds out the 20. Mats van Rooyen goes on through, 374. The Tony Kart driver wearing the CRG suit. Somewhat confusingly, but makes it somewhat easier to identify the young Dutchman. Being mentored by Sophie Lansik here this weekend. She's done a great job with her young protege, Mats van Rooyen, who's in the top 15. This is the last lap of the race, though, the OK Junior Pre-Final. Ian Kralik, if he wins this in 1 mile's time, it'll be because of that super start. Last lap for the Germany P1. Jack the Texan in second. Kamyab, Bosco Arias, Dean the Dutchman 5. Superb from Hugendorn. P3 will be enough for Roman Kamyab to start from pole position. He gets a good run up the back straight though, does Jack Iliff. Trying to make a move into the final corner. Ian Kralik white lines it. Jack around the outside. Watch RK in P3. Jack, can he do it? Iliff, Roman Kamyab, he's gone on through! Jack Iliff did not set a time in qualifying from grid 32 prior to the heats. He now leads the pre-final on the last lap. Jack P1, watch Roman sweep around the outside. Roman can't do it. Iliff wins for Forza Racing. Superb from the Texan. Iliff takes victory, Kralik second, Roman Kamyab P3. And with that, it's enough for the series leader, the Franciacorta race winner, to line up on pole position for the final later this afternoon. A superb race here this morning. Jack, what a recovery. Iliff wins. Ilya Bereshkin with a 57.891 on the last lap goes purple. Roman off the start, but Ian Kralik sent it down the inside in the hairpin at the end of the old back straight, and the German held onto it until the dying stages. Jean-Matteo Russo in the Energy Corsa, right there in the top 3. Jack picked them off one by one. That was the moment that cost Mariano Lopez, the Peruvian, was in the grass, ultimately finishing in P9. Jack Iliff briefly leading, Kralik taking him back. It took 2 attempts, but he finally did it with this super move around the outside, 3 wide. Roman Kamyab almost taking second place. Jack Iliff, no timing qualifying. but wins the pre-final. Just superb to start grid 4 provisionally for the final later this afternoon. Ilef takes the victory here from Ian Kralik, Roman Kamyab, Bosco Arias, Dean Hugendorf from Group 15, Walt Badeshkin with the fastest lap of the race. Russo, Lopez and Sala rounds out the top 10. Roman Kamyab, the series leader, P3. We believe this is provisional, of course. That is enough for the Brit to start on pole position for the WSK Euro Series final later this afternoon. Just the one pre-final remaining here this morning. We do try and make up time after the delay earlier this morning with that red flag in the very first race of the morning. OK pre-final, Scott Lindblom for Fusion Motorsport to start on pole position. For our final pre-final of the morning. Our final pre-final, Scott Lindblom leads the field out. Nicholas Schaufler, he was the pole sitter. He starts out of grid 7. We'll take a look at the grid. Fusion Motorsport. P1 with Scott Lindblom, who took victory at Franciacorta and is the series leader and the pole sitter for our final pre-final of the morning. The Swedes, look at that. 1, 2, 3 on the grid. Lindblom, Kaczynski and Oliver Schinmark. Al Baxoy for Fusion Motorsport out of 4. Kostoya, Indrik Peschel, Nicholas Schaufler. First OK race and pole position starts out as 7. Bernoldi from Brazil has been quick this weekend. Marcus Schilkunas and Jensen, the Canadian Burnett, out of 10. Ludovico Puso, Filippo Donazan, the 2 Italians on the 6th row of the grid. The 2 Czechs just behind Jakub Kamenek and Dominik Šimek. 10, Kolovas, Mark Brovko, Jensen Graham, Yibei Shun, and the New Yorker Vivek Tan starts out of grid 20. Scott Lindblom winning at Franciacorta. Head of the 2 Sodi car drivers, Andy Consani, Kai Rilliards. Marcus Schilkunas was actually 4th. Head of Ian Eichmans at Franciacorta. Marcus Schilkunas 6th in the championship on 33 points and 9th on the grid here this morning in the 214 Card Republic. The drivers from Sweden, 1, 2, 3 on the grid. Scott, Elliott and Oliver Schinmark. The OK pre-final here at SARNO. Another formation lap, fortunately for Oliver Schinmark, because his car just did not fire coming out of the final hairpin. Beautiful sunny conditions here this morning. A top temperature forecast of 22 degrees. We're already at 25 degrees. Just maybe 3 or 4 drops of rain 24 hours ago yesterday. But it dissipated as soon as it hit the ground. It was very, very brief, very light. Wet carts were prepared, but they were not used. And a dry track forecast this afternoon for the final round of the WSK Euro Series. From Sweden, 1, 2, 3 on the grid. Lindblom, Kaczynski and Oliver Schinmark. We race. Big move down the inside from Alpaxoy. He was almost turned around though. Oh, he was lucky. The Fusion Motorsport driver from Istanbul in Turkey goes through ahead of Kostoya. And a clean start to the OK pre-final. It is the Swede in the lead, Scott Lindblom, the championship leader, the Red Bull Junior, who smashes over the ripple strip and leads as they go up the back straight for the first time. Kaczynski back to 3. Great start from Oliver Schinmark. Alpaxoy goes wide. And that hard work off the start comes to nothing. Alpaxoy from grid 4. A super launch. But he's lost 5 positions halfway through the opening of 12 laps here this morning. Scott Lindblom for Fusion Motorsport leads them across the line for the first time. Schinmark, Kaczynski, still the Swedes, 1, 2, 3. As the rest of the field race on down through turn 2. Kostoya, Peschel, Bernoldi, Schaufler, the pole sitter. The second Red Bull Junior. That's the Austrian Rocket in P7. Back to Jensen Burnett. Schilkorner's Alpaxoy back in 10. After that great start. Kostoya down the inside of Kaczynski. And the 3-time WSK champion from Sepulvedra in the northwest of Spain goes on through to P3. Kostoya in 3rd place. There is Schaufler for DPK Racing, the Austrian driver for the 2-time World Championship winning DPK Racing team. The Spanish DPK Racing team from Asturias, Oviedo. And the Red Bull Junior, who took pole position on debut in OK. He finished 3rd in the first round of the championship at Franciacorta, but that was in OK Junior. Took pole position in OK Senior 48 hours ago. He's quick. He's now on the back of Kaczynski and Bernardo Bernoldi. The boy from Brazil, their 2nd generation racer. The South American in P5. He's had a strong run this weekend, but now he has to defend from Kaczynski and the pole sitter, Nicholas Schaufler. We'll check the gap this time from Scott Lindblom. Marcus Schilkorner has put in a purple sector at this early stage. You can see that someone has run off the road. Still 20 drivers in the race from the original 20 starters. The grass on the circuit as they race across the line, 137 k's an hour for Elia Kaczynski in the Ward Racing prepared Vortex Power Tony Kart, 137.5 kilometers an hour for Elia Kaczynski. Scott Lindblom in the lead. Fastest on circuit is Indra Peschel at the moment for the Monster K factory team. The CRG KT2 chassis, the team of Yuri Serafini. That's the 2022 WSK Supermaster Series mini champion on your screen from the Czech Republic. Lindblom, the gap, 0.5 of a second, it stays the same. Fastest lap from Bernoldi, 57.037. His fastest on circuit, the Brazilian. One of 2 Brazilian 2nd generation racers here this weekend. Of course, Antonio Pizzoni, a winner in OKN Junior. Son of Antonio Pizzoni, former Formula 1 driver. He's Antonio. And of course, Bernardo Bernoldi, son of Enrique Bernoldi, who 2 decades ago put in some incredible performances in the legendary Orange Arrows Formula 1 car before Bernardo was even born. Bernoldi's quick though. A 57 dead, fastest on circuit for the Brazilian in P5 from Schaeffler and Kaczynski. Half race distance coming up shortly. The gap down to 0.3 of a second between the two Swedes, Lindblom and Schinmark. Kostoya's there in 3. Bernoldi again, 56.7. The Brazilian is flying. Catching up to the back of Jindra Peschel. Airborne over the ripple strip, just on grip alone. Scott smashes the ripple strip. There's Schaeffler, Kaczynski, Schilkunas, Burnett, Aksoy, Kamenik, Donatsan, Gusol, Kantan, Shimek, Teng, Stylianos Kolovos, Jensen, Graham, Stun, and the Ukrainian Mark Brovko rounds out the field. Half race distance in the OK pre-final. Scott Lindblom, one hand on the championship trophy. If he can take victory here this morning, although his countryman from a vastly different team is catching him. The Czech Republic official team of Schinmark in 2.66. Scott Lindblom 2.21 for the British Fusion Motorsport team. A Red Bull Junior in P1. Kostoya is catching the both of them. Bernoldi again, 56.6. There is the Brazilian in P5, catching up to the back of the Czech. Jindra Peschel, Alpak Soy goes on through. Back in P10, he was P4 after a super start. Ran off the road early though, and that is costly for the former WSK race winner, Alpak Soy, taking victory in 2023 in juniors in the first round of the WSK Supermaster Series. Incidentally, stay tuned, the calendar for 2025. Not far away, the 20th season of WSK Promotion World Motorsport Competition to kick off not a few months from now, early in 2025. Kostoya on the back of the two Swedes into turn 2. Up the inside, Kostoya! Superb from the Spaniard. He splits the Swedes, here comes JP. Peschel in 4. And the fastest driver on the circuit, Bernoldi, watches on. Back to Schaeffler, Kaczynski, Schilkunas, and Jensen Burnett. Aksoy still stuck in 10. The final third of the race to go. Scott Lindblom looking good, the Red Bull Junior superb. Third in last year's Junior World Championships. Of course, he took that fantastic victory in OK Junior at Franciacorta 2023. In the first round of the WSK Euro Series over 12 months ago, he took the same victory in OK Senior just a couple of months ago, the first round of the championship. There's the Fusion Motorsport driver from Sweden, third generation racer in P1. The gap just 0.4 of a second, not to his countryman, but to the Spaniard. The Paralin Motorsport, 265, powered by the TM, Christian Kostoya. Christian is catching him. The gap down to 0.35 of a second. Schaeffler goes through. Kaczynski, Burnett, Schilkunas, Aksoy, Kamenik. The two Italians still together. Donatsan, Busol, Vivekantan. Tough weekend for the New Yorker. He's in 14 from Shimek, Tang, Kolovos, Graham, Sun, and Mark Brovko. Three laps to race for Scott Lindblom. Still trying to get points from the pre-final. They all count going to the WSK Euro Series. 132 k's an hour across the line that time. 135 for Alpak Soy, his teammate, who does get the slipstream from Marcus Schilkunas. Marcus, of course, just missing the podium in the first round of the championship at Franciacorta. Schilkunas, 6th in the series. We'll bring you up to date throughout this afternoon's coverage of the final, the virtual championship. The live point score will update at every lap. It's looking good for Scott Lindblom. He comes into SARNO with a lead of 111 points. Or on 111 points. 31 points clear, and he's about to pick up maximum points, you would think, from the pre-final here this morning. 2 laps now remaining. The Swede in the lead. Lindblom, Kostoya, who went purple last time round. That's Jindra Peschel. Bernoldi, superb. The Brazilian in P4. And Schaufler still there in P6. You suspect he's saving his best for the final this afternoon, the Austrian rocket. Pole sitter 48 hours ago. Nicholas Schaufler for DPK Racing. There's the orange machine. The orange Austrian, formerly known as the Pink Panther, the pole sitter, on debut in OK, as Bernoldi puts in a purple sector. P4 defending from Jinder Peschel. Bernardo, superb in the Czech Republic. 2:59 in P4. Last lap, the Swede in the lead, Scott Lindblom. Victory at Franciacorta, victory in the pre-final would give him a healthy bucket of points going into this afternoon's final. And of course, pole position as well. Schaufler goes through. This is the last lap. Costoya tries to attack. He's right there, the Spaniard, to try and make a move on the Swede. They need to think about, well, certainly Scott needs to think about the championship here. Desperate to win it. Shinmark and Bernoldi, the Czech Republic Motorsport teammates. In fact, the manufacturer, KR, the team of Dino Chiesa, together with Fusion Motorsport, 1, 3 and 4. The Paralym in second. And the CRG KT2 chassis, Monster K factory team, with Jinder Peschel in the mix as well. Looks over his shoulder. Scott Lindblom, a perfect weekend. He'll win the pre-final. He'll start on pole position for the final. The Franciacorta race winner gets a bucket of points here this morning. He takes the checkered flag just from Costoya. Shinmark, Bernoldi, Peschel, Schaufler, Kaczynski, Burnett, Shilkunas, Alpaksoy out, rounds out the 10. From Kamenik, Donaldson, Kartan, Musso, Shimek, Tan, Kolovas, Graham, Son. And this is Mark Brovko crossing the line for Ward Racing as the final finisher in 20th place. The Red Bull Junior, the Franciacorta race winner, the series leader, Scott Lindblom for Fusion Motorsport. The English team, all class in the Czech Republic. Scott Lindblom from pole position, Kaczynski on the outside, but lost positions. Alpaksoy, after a great start up into 4, went wide at the very far hairpin. That cost the Turk, and he was back into P10. Scott Lindblom controlling the pace, initially from his countryman, Oliver Shinmark. But it was Costoya on the charge as Bernoldi set fastest lap after fastest lap. Lindblom took the victory, Costoya second, and Shinmark in third from Bernoldi and Jinder Peschel. Scott Lindblom, a perfect weekend continues here, and he will line up on pole position for the final later this afternoon. Finals not too long away, in fact. We'll move into them in just a few moments. As we confirm, Scott Lindblom takes a victory from Costoya with that pole position. Shinmark, Bernoldi and Peschel rounds out the top 5.
This is G House. This is G House.
The championship, which commenced in 2010 and includes such legendary names as Andrea Antonelli, Riccardo Longhi, Leonardo Lorandi, Marco Ardigo, Lando Norris, Max Verstappen, Lorenzo Travisanuto, to name just a few. This is the WSK Euro Series. This is the second of 2 rounds for 2024. A beautiful autumnal afternoon here at Circuito Internazionale Napoli. We are ready to race, thankfully, on a dry circuit. Beautiful sunshine for the first of our 6 finals here this afternoon. We kick things off with the Mini Under-10 final. The Estonian Mark Lumet will start on pole position. It will be a frantic race over 8 laps. That doesn't sound much, but I'll tell you, 1 lap is more than 1 mile. 1,670 metres of this newly reconfigured Circuito Internazionale Napoli circuit, simply known as SARNO. Before we race though, let's check out some of the highlights from this week in Mini Under-10 here at SARNO in the WSK Euro Series. The active volcano, which is Mount Vesuvius in the background, towers over this circuit, built back in 1994 by the Sorrentino family. The original track length, just over 600 metres. Look at the graphic to the right of your screen. It is almost 3 times that now. Newly reconfigured, 1,670 metres. That's more than 1 mile. That is Mount Vesuvius in the background, 1.2 kilometres above sea level. It is still an active volcano, last erupting in 1944, right in the middle of World War II, as if the Italians didn't have enough to worry about back then. It did rumble in the late 1970s, but forgive the cliche, the action, the eruption will be on track here this afternoon. This is the Mini Under-10 final. Going back to qualifying on Friday afternoon, it was the SM Racing Team. Javi Lazaro, the 2021 Portuguese Cup champion, who took pole position with a 65.354, and his teammate Stepan Mazepin, P2, the SM Racing drivers, in the Gillard TG17 chassis, 1-2 on the grid in qualifying. But as we come up to the Mini Under-10 Mini Under-10 final, I should say, well, Javi's still there. He's on grid 7, Mazepin grid 5. Critically, that's the inside 3rd and 4th rows of the grid, right behind Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. He's out of grid 3, but it's Mark Lumet who starts out of pole position. Mason Robertson, the Scotsman from Barcelona, the 2nd generation racer who won at Franciacorta, ahead of Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio and Niccolò Perico. Mason out of grid 2. He's the championship leader. 170 points over Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio on 128 points. Perico's 3rd in the series on 116 points. The newly crowned Italian champion is Niccolò Perico, but he's had a tough weekend. The 2nd generation racer, the son of WRC rally racer Alessandro Perico, starting out of grid 6 for the Energy Corsa team. Mark Lumet, his teammate on pole position. Antonio Ianni, the Polish-Italian, in the 5.57. CRG also in the mix. The Energy karts have been quick here this weekend. Andrea Iannone just behind, racing on his home circuit here this weekend. Andrea Iannone for the Spino Project racing team, 5.26 on the 4th row of the grid. The team run by former Formula Super A driver. We go back 2 decades or so, Marino Spinozzi. Spino Project racing team. former, I'm trying to think here, Marino Spinozzi, winner of the Italian Championships with CRG in Formula, I'm stretching the memory, Formula A in the late 90s. He was a superstar back in the glory days of 100cc, Formula A and Super A. Now running the Spino Project racing team together with the Energy Corsa team, who start out of pole position with Mark Lumetz on grid 1. Top temperature expected today, 22 degrees Celsius. And look at that, the graphic to the right, telling us not to trust the Apple weather app because it's already 25 degrees Celsius. And fortunately, beautiful sunshine on the last Sunday in September. The WSK Euro Series, which dates back to 2010. Mini under 10 last year, won by Daniel Miro Lorente DML, who's racing in contention for the Mini Group 3 title. Some of the names who have won this championship in the past, we think of next year's Campos Formula 2 driver, Arvid Lindblad, who took the OK title 2021. That was the same year that Harley Keeble took victory in OKJ, Riccardo Longhi in KZ2, Andrea Antonelli 2020 in OK. Mini, it was René Lammers, Alfio Spina, Il Siciliano. The same year, Longhi, 2 years in a row in KZ2, 2019. The Mini champion was the Emirati Rashid Al Bahedi, who's lining up in Barcelona later on this afternoon in the penultimate round of the Italian Formula 4 Championship. Congratulations to Freddie Slater, who claimed the title earlier today with victory in race 2. The first WSK champions, Max Verstappen in KF3 as it was, defeating Alex Albon for the junior title. Ignacio D'Agosto, Armand Converse won Super KF, and Jonathan Tonon winning in KZ1 some 14 years ago. The karts on the grid, 32 of them, just a few moments before the start. A beautiful afternoon here. Summer has now officially ended, but fortunately it is a beautiful dry day. The newly extended SARNO circuit, soon to host the Rotax Grand Finals, the 25th edition of the biggest race in the world, here in about a month's time. 1,670 metres is this super fast circuits, which see the Mini drivers well over 100 kilometres an hour on the start-finish line, around about 109, consistently through the speed trap. That's over the line, so you can add another 6 or 7 to that as they race down into the first corner. We'll take a look at the grid for you in a moment. Just reminding you, the championship leader is Mason Robertson, 170 points. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, 128 points as the girls leave the circuit. Nicolo Perico, 116 points. Mark Lumetz on pole position, but 4th in the series on 73 points. Gianno Pujol, who took that fabulous victory in the WSK Super Cup at Franciacorta just a few weeks ago, is 5th in the series on 60 points. Gianno starts out of grid 9 in the 601 Vortex Power Tony kart. Mark Lumetz to the left of your screen for the Energy Corsa team on pole position. The Mini Under 10 pre-final, Mason Robertson, the second generation racer to the right of your screen, is the championship leader for Team Baby Race. He starts out of grid 2. 8 laps, which does not sound so much, but when I remind you, the circuit is 1,670 metres long. It is a race distance of well over 13 kilometres. Under the control of our race director, Mr. Marco Carlino. The green flag flies and the karts set off on the formation lap. The grid looks like this. Mark Lumetz on pole position. Mason, the championship leader, out of grid 2. Super Lolo Price out of grid 3. And Antonio Ianni, the Polish-Italian in the CRG, out of 4. Mart Zeppin out of 5. Perico out of 6. Xavi Lazzaro for SM Racing, the pole sitter, out of 7. Fastest qualifier, I should say. Iannone Il Napolitano out of grid 8. Gianno Pujol, the Super Cup champion. And from Georgia, Leon Celice out of 10. John Hahn, Davide Moscardi, Francesco Puglione gioca in casa questo weekend. Rocco Simone, Ryan Timuno, Kovtunenko, Sen Lindemann, Colton Stickenberg, the Texan, JK from WA, and Kees Moyes out of 20. Verba, Ferdinando Torquia, il Calabrese, DDF out of 23. Wozniak, Lingan, Giacomelli, Andreas Papagiorgio, Tiberius Muller, who's had a tough weekend, the German. Ken Tutsuna, Mara Zvaric, Matteo J, and Antonio Miraki out of grid 32. A problem for Case Muiz. Slow getting away, but now he's back up to speed, trying to catch up to the pack. The WSK Euro Series. Mark Lumetz on pole position, but the championship leader is the Scotsman Mason Robertson out of grid 2. Welcome to SARNO, one of the fastest, longest circuits in the world at the foot of the active volcano, which is Mount Vesuvius. The action, forgive the cliche, is about to erupt on track. The Mini Under 10 final, the WSK Euro Series. We race. Super Lolo Bros up into second place. Mats Zeppen. Storming start from Steppen, who goes up into P3 into second place. Mats Zeppen follows Pietro Antonio through. And Mats Zeppen, who qualified P2, is up into second place. A clean start for the Mini Under 10 pre-final. As the field go up the back straight for the first time. Lorenzo Di Pietro Antonio, 14 baby race in first place. Mats Zeppen in second. The battle rages early on. Pujol down the inside. Jarno, the recent WSK Super Cup champion, up into third place. Storming start from the Frenchman, Mats Zeppen. Magnificent as Steppen sends it down the inside from second place. Steppen goes P1. Not for long, he's passed as he leaves the door open going into the hairpin. From P1 back to P4 in one corner. They come across the line for the first time. Lorenzo back in P1, LDP has the race lead. Pedicle, Pujol, Mats Zeppen, Robertson from grid 2 is 5. As it stands, early stages, Di Pietro Antonio would take the title by just 3 points. This is just the second lap though. Robertson needs to improve. Lumetz from pole position. There's the energy course cut. Back in P6. Yanni, Lazzaro, Simone, Janone, Shilice and Colton, that Texan. From P18, the American for Ward Racing in 12th place. Down the inside, Perico dives on through as Mats Zeppen from 4th back to 2nd. Mats Zeppen, magnificent around the outside, but now he's running to the marbles, almost took the race lead. Yanni up into P4, that's the CRG of Antonio, the Polish-Italian, who sends it down the inside. Watch for Robertson, 5:08, the championship leader. Here comes Xavi Lazzaro, the second SM racing driver. He took pole position 48 hours ago, but it's Pedicle from Pujol, the 2 WSK champions, from Yanni, Lazzaro and Mason Robertson. Mats Zeppen, Simone, Janone, Lumetz and David Moscardi. Robertson back in front in the championship, 205 points to Pedicle on 196, but the problem for the Scotsman is Pedicle is in P1. He's got Mats Zeppen behind. As we see DDF in the background, that's Davide Di Filippo. Head of Papa Giorgio and Torquia. Lorenzo Di Pietro Antonio has fallen right down the field. He led early on, and in one lap, he's fallen outside the top 20. Effectively, surely his championship hopes are over. Antonio Yanni in the CRG passed by 3 karts in one corner. Lazzaro goes on through, but loses on the exit. Has no momentum, the 2021 Portuguese Cup champion. Look who's come to lead. Jarno Pujol, dans la tête de la course. For the second time, Jarno Pujol, who took that breathtaking victory at Franciacorta. And the Vortex Power Tony Kart leads and goes purple as well. Robertson into second. That would be enough to take the title. Lap 4 of 8, the Mini Under 10 pre-final. The WSK Euro Series here at SARNO. Di Pietrantonio is down in 21st position. He's had a disaster. Ahead of Ryan Timuno, Davide Di Filippo, Papa Giorgio Iacomelli, Tiberius Muller after a DNF after a crash in the pre-final this morning. Well, the German's made a great start. He's now in 20th from near on the back of the grid. Verba, Kostek, Lingan just ahead. This is Yanni lining up the energy cart of the newly crowned Italian champion, Nicolo Pericol. That's Mazepin in the background. Xavi Lazaro back in P10 after making a move and trying to go through to the lead. He had no momentum. He's back in 11th place now, just passed by John Hahn. Pujol, the gap back to Robertson, 0.6 of a second. Mason goes purple. Mason trying to go 2 victories from 2 rounds and goes fastest with a 65.723. Look at the graphic, P20, Di Pietrantonio. He led from the start. He's back to 20th. Lap 5 of 8, the second half of the final. Pericol down the inside of Robertson. Yanni follows him on through. Mazepin in the background as well. Gianno Pujol, the Vortex-powered Tony car, driving perfectly. Trying to take 2 victories from 2 WSK starts. Pericol under attack from Yanni. He does not make the move. The gap last time, 0.4 of a second from Pujol to Pericol. Yanni almost being pushed by Mason Robertson. As they come across the line at 107 k's an hour, 111 k's an hour from Pericol. Fastest lap for Antonio Yanni in the 5.57 CRG. They're right on the back of Gianno Pujol now. Early race leader. He's now been caught by the pack. Mazepin's not far out of this either. Stepan in the SM Racing car, his teammate who took pole position. Xavi Lazaro falling down the field. Crash between Pujol and Yanni. They turn around, their afternoon is over. Pujol continues on. He's effectively out. Mason now on the back of Pericol. What a disaster. Yanni, Pujol, they will not win this afternoon. Pericol in P1, Robertson in second place, Mazepin up into third. This is Sven Lindemann van the Netherlands, a DNF earlier today in the pre-final, but the virile art of the Dutchman is in P4. Mason on the back of Nicolo, the penultimate lap of the race. Mason would take the title by 34 points over Pericol. And Di Pietrantonio, notwithstanding Lorenzo, is down in 16th place, just ahead of Verba and Jake Kostecki. Watch this a few moments ago. Pericol goes on through the slightest touch. The green machine was in the green grass, and Pujol's afternoon is effectively over. He's back to 9. Robertson does not need to win to take the title. Pericol, 34 points behind, even if he wins it. Second place is enough for the Scotsman. He won a Franciacorta. He shadows the newly crowned Italian champion, who looks back over his shoulder. The second generation racer on the back of the 3-time WSK champion. Mazepin still in P3. The young Russian looking for his maiden WSK podium. Last lap of the race. This is the fight for the WSK Euro Series title. Pericol wants the race victory. Robertson can let him go. It does not matter. P2 is more than enough for the Scotsman to take the title. He's lining him up though as Mark Lumetz closes in on the back of Mazepin, trying to get up onto the podium. Pericol for the race win. They go down the old back straight for the final time. He defends from the Scotsman. The Russian Mazepin looking for his maiden podium in third place. Robertson around the outside. He's gone on through. Mason P1 to go 2 from 2. Surely he will win the WSK Euro Series. Pericol back to second. Mazepin magnificent. Out front, Mason amazing. The final corner, that checkered flag is about to wave. He won at Franciacorta. He wins at SARNO. The WSK Euro Series champion, the Scotsman from Barcelona. 14 baby race. It's Mason Robertson. Perico second, Mazepin on the podium in third. His maiden WSK podium, Lumet, Han, Lindemann, Scherlitze. Mason Robertson is the champion. Di Pietrantonio has finished third in the championship despite finishing down in 14th position. Robertson the champion, Perico second, and Sugalolo Bros third in the series on 135 points. A magnificent move as we take a look at the highlights for Mason to win the title. We'll get to that in a moment. From pole position, Mark Lumet missed the start. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio briefly was the race leader, but at the end of the second lap, he was down in 21st position. Perico into the race lead as Mazepin made a magnificent move to go through to P2. Daniel Pujol, recent WSK Super Cup champion, fighting with Antonio Ianni. Javi Lazaro losing a ton of time ultimately to come home in 13th place. Pujol put his head down, was racing away it seemed. He was caught by Perico and Antonio Ianni. And then this, Ianni going right around. Did cross the line but down in 30th position. Perico desperate for the race win. Mason just lining him up, made a magnificent move around the outside. He wins a Franciacorta. He wins here at SARNO. The WSK Euro Series champion is the Scotsman from Barcelona, who wins both rounds of the WSK Euro Series. Robertson wins again. Perico in second, the newly crowned Italian champion. Mazepin, his maiden WSK podium, in third place. What a finish. The first of our 6 finals here this afternoon. Mason Robertson has won for Scotland and Team Baby Race. He wins the championship, 250 points to 176 over Perico. And Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, third in the series, despite finishing down in 14th place. So provisionally, it may change, as you know, in Parc Fermé. But for the moment, Mason Robertson has won the WSK Euro Series, the Scotsman from the Italian, with the Russian Mazepin on the podium in third place. Stay with us on WSK.it, the podium presentation for firstly the race and then for the WSK Euro Series Championship, live from here at SARNO in just a moment. to the podium. Firstly, the race podium present. Then for the Scotsman goes 2 from 2 to win the race and the champion here this afternoon. Mason Nicolo stepping with his maiden podium in WSK competition. The second generation racer, the wee Scotsman, takes victory. It will be the Scottish national anthem we hear here this afternoon. Apparently there is one. The podium for the race, the Mini Under 10 final. What a cracking race as ever. And then for the championship, WSK Euro Series. WSK Euro play. Brilliant performance for Bergamaschino, Nicolo Perico. He won at Franciacorta and he won around the on the last to the WSK Euro Series. The Scotsman for Team Baby Race, Mason Robinson. And representing the winning Team Baby Race, Alessandro Carzeri. The third place trophy. Seconda posizione, Nicolo Perico. Wins at SARNO, the winner round to the WSK Euro Series. 14 Baby Race, Mason Robinson. And Alessandro Carzeri representing the Team Baby Race. The national anthem of Scotland. Podium for round SK Euro Series. Third place, Stefan Matsep, and second, Nicolo Perico. And the winner, Mason Robinson. Spasiba, Stepan. Grazie, Nicolo. Yes. The 2020 Robertson. Third place in the championship, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. Second place in the championship, Niccolò Perico. 2004 WSK Europe champion, Mason Robertson. Back here at SARNO, one final has been raced and 5 remaining. We continue with the mini theme. It is the original mini Group 3 category on the grid, and they'll be led away by Alexander Legenki, last year's WSK Champions Cup mini under 10 champion. He starts on pole position. Stan Ratajski out of grid 2. He's the WSK Open Series champion. He actually set pole position 48 hours ago. Before we race the final, let's check out some of the highlights this week in Mini Group 3 here at SARNO. The karts on the grid, Alexander Legenki to the left of your screen, Stan Ratajski on the outside. That's the front row of the grid. Legenki, pole position, last year's WSK Champions Cup champion. Stan Ratajski, remember, La Conca World Circuit, he took pole position. Sorry, he won the Open Series. He took pole position on Friday. That's him, the Frenchman to the right of your screen, a 105.475. Starts out of grid 2. Leo Gorski inside second row of the grid. Top point scorer after the heats. Leo Gorski looking for another WSK title, the Open Series champion. Gorski in the Vortex-powered Tony Kart inside second row of the grid for the Tony Kart racing team. First victory at Castelletto di Branduzzo in 2023 in the Open Series. That is an active volcano. That is the world famous Mount Vesuvius, which in 79 AD exploded in catastrophic fashion. Used to tower 2 kilometers above the Bay of Naples. Now a height of just 1.2 kilometers. Just 700 meters was blown off the top of Vesuvius, last erupting in 1944 and rumbling concerningly in the late 1970s. For the moment, it's been quiet, well, for the past few decades. Leganki on pole position, the team driver, the Ukrainian, the Frenchman out of 2. The winner could come from anywhere here. Daniel Miro-Lorente, he starts critically inside third row of the grid. He is the championship leader on 138 points from Truscio, 115. And Julian Frasnelli, who took a fabulous victory in the pre-final this morning, starts out of grid 6. The Northern Italian 14 baby race alongside Daniel Miro-Lorente, 552. The championship leader out of grid 5. The green flag flies. And the cart set off on their formation lap. Stan Ratashki slow to get away. The Frenchman now underway. This is the grid. Leganki on pole position. Stan out of grid 2. Federico Mirabella. In fact, there's Shimbashi at the back of the grid, who has not gone anywhere. Leganki on pole. Ratashki out of 2. Gorski out of 3. Truscio out of 4. DML, the championship leader, out of 5. And Julian from Bolzano, pre-final winner, out of 6. Otchepa, Martuvi, Albertin from Switzerland, and Matthias Dexon out of grid 10. Nikita Poite, the second Ukrainian. Zdenek Babacek, Juan Garciache, Santiago Diaz de la Vega, the 2 Mexicans alongside each other. Then Oliver City from Indonesia, Latsid, Albanese, Evji, Lucas Palacio from Washington, D.C., and Cher from China. Luigi Diascoli, Aguilera back on 22. Girardello, Washe, Kocheva, Verde, Felde, Shimbashi, Zvaric, head force, Alobadali, the Qatari driver, and Federico Mirabella on the final row of the grid. Leganki, P1, his teammate just behind in the center of your screen, 552. That's DML, who won the Euro Series last year in Mini Under 10, just runs into the back of Leo Gorski. DML is the championship leader. His teammates, Leganki on pole position. We'll keep you updated with the live point score as it changes throughout the race with the live timing. SARNO, Circuito Internazionale Napoli. The WSK Euro Series, the Mini Group 3 final. Leganki on pole position. We don't race. Another formation lap. Takeru Shimbashi, who was slow to get away from the grid for the Drago course team, is now underway. Takeru Shimbashi out of grid 27 alongside the WSK debutant Marat Zvaric from Thailand in the 608 Kali Kart. Just a few high clouds rolling over the top, very high clouds rolling over the top of the SARNO circuit. No chance of rain here this afternoon. A beautiful afternoon, the final Sunday of September in 2024, the WSK Euro Series. Last year it was BCC, Bocht and Cosma Christopher, who took the title. We will have a new champion in 8 laps time. Miron Lorente, the championship leader, 138 points. Trusho, 115. Frasnelli, 101 points. Logenki, 81 points, fourth in the series. And Gorski, inside second row, he's fifth in the series. He can still win it. He's fifth on 79 points. Legenki on pole position for team driver. Stan Ratajski trying to get a run. The baby race drivers, all four of them on the outside front row of the grid. Legenki on pole position. We race. Legenki looks right. Gorski up the inside. Leo superb. And the British-based pole, the Tony Kart into second place, trying to take the lead as they go down into turn two. Now he's on the outside. The baby race drivers muscle up, and there's contact between at least one of the baby race drivers and one of the Kart Republics in the grass. Incredibly, they hold on to it. But it's Legenki from pole position who's got the race lead as they go down the back straight for the first time. Gorski behind Ratajski in third place. Watch for Daniel Miron Lorente. He's the championship leader as Gorski up the inside. DML just behind him, P4. That's crucial for the championship. His teammate in P1. Ratajski under attack. Now he makes the attack. Stan goes on by and Gorski falls off the podium. He's back to 4. TML up into 3. Team driver first and third. Baby Race in second place. Stan, the WSK Open Series champion, holds his line, holds his nerve around the outside. Superb from Stan to stay second. Miron Lorente, P3, will check the point score. Early on in the race, sure, this is only lap 2 of 8, but it's Miron Lorente, 188 points. Legenki, 161, and Frasnelli, 136. Julian's in P5. We'll keep you updated throughout the race as Gorski needs to make a move, and he does so. He's back into second. The Tony Kart driver looks back over his shoulder. Desperate to take the championship, but as it stands, he would need a disaster to befall his competitors around him. Desperate to at least try and take the race win and end the WSK Euro Series on a high. Gorski in the Vortex-powered Tony Kart. Frasnelli right behind. As we complete the second of 8 laps, his 1 mile circuit, 1,670 metres, 111 kilometres an hour for Albert Tam across the line. Quick from the Swiss driver. He's now ahead of Ratajski. He was up in second just a few moments ago. Gorski leads. The first 7 drivers back to Stan Ratajski. And Babacek, Cini, Trusho, Bote. The first of the 2 Mexicans, Santiago Diaz. As Julian Frasnelli, what a move, Julian! Sends it from second, that was superb. Frasnelli from Bolzano in the very north of Italy. Locked up WRC style. Made a move into P1, but now he's back to third. Spectacular from the Italian, but it's cost him. From P1, he's now fallen off the podium. Gorski back in second place. Julian back to third. We lose one of his teammates. We come across the line to start lap 4. It was Martufi in trouble, and Albert Tam as well. Albert Tam has dropped right down to 12th position. As DML, he would comfortably, he would walk the title in if he takes the race victory. 218 points to Frasnelli on 151. And Gorski, 4th in the series, 2nd on the road. So we'll concentrate on the race win for the moment. DML from Gorski, who looks back over his shoulder to Julian Frasnelli. Gorski, Leo down the inside. And the vortex power of the Tony Kart. He got the slipstream. He centers superbly. And Leo goes P1, the former WSK champion, back to second. Huge crash. Gorski's out. The green machine in the grass. It's all over for the pole. Ratajski goes on through. Górski is out. It's all over for Leo Górski. He briefly made the move to go through to lead. Daniel Miron Lorente is in P1 and has lost one of the contenders for the championship. Ratashki in second, Legenki in third. DML would walk the title in his third WSK championship. He's 0.5 of a second clear. Górski, P29, it's all over for the pole. He's now out, he's walking back to the pits. This just a few moments ago. Daniel down the inside, Frasnelli and Górski, the slightest touch, it was Julian in fact. All four wheels on the road for Julian Frasnelli. He crossed the line in P10. He's fallen down the order, but Górski, his afternoon is over. There's the Tony card in the background, there's the point score at the bottom right of your screen. As we see Legenki and Ratashki, the two team drivers with the WSK Open Series champion in between them. Team driver, baby race, team driver, baby race. And they're also in fifth place with El Mexicano, Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torre. He's in P5. Crucio, Botte, Nikita up into 7. And the fastest driver on the circuit for the TEPS racing team, it's Zdenek Babacek. Zdenek in the MS kart. Laps in a 65.562. He's now inside the top 10. There's the Czech going on through. The Czech driver, the Czech kart. P8 and the fastest on circuit. The fight for the lead. Stan, again spectacular. Takes the lead away from Daniel Miron Lorente and he slows on the exit. Stan briefly through into the lead but slows on the exit. He's still circulating slowly. He's out. He's just rolling. He's back in about 12th, 14th position now. Stan Ratashki won't win here this afternoon. 2 laps to race. Now it is on. There's Botte. Nikita on the charge. Can the Ukrainian drag the Lenzo card up onto the podium? Powered by the LKE, it's quick. He's up into P5. It's DML, Legenki, team driver, 1-2. Santiago into third place, the Mexican. The penultimate lap of the race. Santiago trying to split the team drivers. Crucio in P4. Botte in the Lenzo kart is the Ukrainian. 2 Ukrainians in the top 5. He's just been passed though. Nikita Botte by Manuel Martufi. Babacek's there and Frasnelli recovery after that incident on that corner right there a few laps ago, which saw the retirement of Leo Górski. Last lap next time round, Daniel Miron Lorente on his way to his third WSK title. This was spectacular from Stan Ratashki. Went on through and then it just slowed. Actually stalled it. You can see his left arm reaching down. It locked up and the engine stalled. He was trying to refire it. Spectacular but costly. Can you believe it? The Frenchman, the WSK Open Series champion, is out. Daniel Miron Lorente, DML, the Dutchman from Spain, on his way to victory and the 2024 WSK Euro Series title. Legenki in second. Team driver, 1-2 here this afternoon. Santiago trying to split the team drivers. Team baby race. 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th place. Back to Nikita Botte and Julian Frasnelli. The final lap, the final few corners. The Dutchman from Costa Blanca in Spain, DML. Vamos! Daniel Miron Lorente will take victory and win the WSK Euro Series for 2024. Team driver go 1-2, Legenki second, and Santiago El Mexicano on the podium in third place. Miron Lorente is the champion. His third WSK title, a crash at the back of the pack. between Jay and Matthias Stixon. Wojciech Sheva just crossing the line. Matthias Stixon, you just saw the dust fly. He drives it straight back into pit lane. A forgettable end to the weekend for the Dane, who was promising earlier on. But the afternoon, the championship, the year belongs to Daniel Miro-Lorente, who won last year's WSK Euro Series Mini Under 10 Championship, and he wins the title in Mini Group 3 for 2024. Legenki from pole position took the race lead early. Leo Gorski desperate to win the race as we lose Martufi earlier on. Daniel Miro-Lorente takes victory. Apologies for that. We'll try and bring you up to date with the highlights. Regardless, Daniel Miro-Lorente wins the race, and he's the champion to go with last year's Mini Under 10 title. Legenki second. What a result for Santiago. Home in third place. From Truscio, Martufi, Frasnelli, Tam, Nikita Bottesini, Domenico Albanese, che bravo, chiude la gara in 10ª posizione. Max Felder with a great drive to come home 11th from grid 26. Joele Girardello, bravo anche a lui. Made up 11 places. Evci, Palacio, Rea, Piascoli, Heltfors. Ocheva Ratashki finishes down in 19th position. Miro-Lorente, Legenki, 1-2 for team driver Santiago on the podium in third. Miro-Lorente takes the title from Truscio, and Legenki third in the series. Stay with us on WSK.it, the podium presentation for firstly the race, and then the 2024 WSK Euro Series Mini Group 3 Championship. Drivers making their way down to the podium, firstly for the race presentation and then for the championship as well. Third WSK title for Daniel Miron Lorente. WSK Euro Series champion, mini under 10 from 2023, and wins again here this afternoon. The OKN final to come after this, OKN Junior. And then the highlights of the afternoon, OK Junior and OK to finish off the WSK Euro Series, the 19th season of WSK Promotion World Competition. So the drivers now making the long walk up from Parc Ferme to the podium. Daniel Miron Lorente, third WSK title. The pilot van the Netherlands is the winner here in Italy. Third WSK title for Daniel Miron Lorente after winning the under 10 Euros. Daniel, the Dutchman from Costa Blanca, with another WSK title, takes victory in the race, wins the Euro Series as well. On the first time, Santiago Diaz as well, the Mexican, and Alexander Legenki, two team drivers on the podium for the race. The podium for the race, Mini Group 3, the WSK Euro Series. In third place, the Mexican, Santiago Diaz. Second place, Alexander Legenki. The winner of round 2 of the WSK Euro Series 14 driver, Daniel Miron Lorente. Representing team driver Salvatore Calvani. Third place to the Mexican, Santiago Diaz. Second place, Alexander Legenki. Four-team driver, the Dutchman from Spain, the winner of round 2, the WSK Euro Series, Daniel Miron Lorente. And representing the team driver, Salvatore Calvani. The national anthem of the Netherlands. The podium for round 2 of the WSK Euro Series. Santiago Diaz, Alexander Legenki, and Daniel Miron Lorente. Gracias, San Diego. Thank you, Alexander. Danke, Daniel. The podium for the 2024 WSK Euro Series in Mini Group 3. Third champion, Alexander Legenki. Second place in the 2000 WSK Euro Series, Alessandro Truscio. He won the Mini Under 10 final or title in 2023. He wins it again in 2024. To the top step of the podium, the WSK Euro Series champion, DML Daniel Miron Lorente. Third place in the WSK Euro Series, the Ukrainian for team driver, Alexander Legenki. Vice champion of the WSK Euro Series, the French-American for Team Baby Race, Alessandro Truscio. His third WSK title, the Euro Series champion, the Dutchman from Costa Blanca in Spain, Daniel Miron Lorente. Back here at SARNO for the OKN final. The karts are on the grid. They will race over 12 laps, just over 20 kilometres for the second edition of OKN in the WSK Euro Series. There are the karts. Just a little bit of very high cloud cover at the moment. Nicolas Marquez, a DNF this morning. That was costly as he gets no points from the pre-final this morning. Batti yielded him. He won the first round of the championship. It was a cracking race at Franciacorta, but it is Julius Otcheper to the left of your screen who starts on pole position for the OKN final. We wait for the green flag under the direction of our race director, Mr. Marco Carlino. The green flag flies and the field set off on the formation lap prior to the OKN final to decide the second edition of OKN in the WSK Euro Series. This is the grid as Vesuvius looms in the background. Julius Ochepa, the pole in the Lenzo kart, seems to be a strong combination in OKN. He starts out of pole position after winning the pre-final this morning. Nicolas Marquez at DNF this morning, but still grid 2 and 5th in the championship. Leon Headforce, a strong drive to second this morning. Lamberto Ferrari is alongside the Swede. Salvatore Toscano, the Maltese driver, also in the Lenzo kart combination. Batti Yildirim, who is the championship leader after the Franciacorta race win. And Luisa Maria Della Pietra starts out at grid 7. Watch her off the start. She's had 2 penalties throughout the week for not being in position off the start. Being basically in the middle of the circuit, instant penalties twice for Luisa Maria Della Pietra in 8-1-0. There is Leon Headforce, not the biggest field, but it should be a cracking race. Here's the OKN Original Kart National Final. The second edition of this new initiative from the FIA, launched at the end of 2022. Julius Ochepa, the pole for the Lenzo kart team from Sicilia, Sicily, on pole position. Pushed up to the line by the Swede Leon Headforce. The OKN final here at SARNO. This time we race, and no problem, thankfully, for Luisa Maria Della Pietra. Stays right in position, and she's made up a place already. Nice start by the young Italian girl, who's got Batti Yildirim right behind her. She's up into 6. It's Julius Ochepa who leads the way in the opening stages of the Original Kart National Final, the second round of the WSK Euro Series. We'll keep you up to date with the title chase. There is Leon Headforce. The Swede goes defensive, looks over his right shoulder. He lost a couple of engine RPM on the exit of the left-hander coming onto the back straight, but still holds it in second place in the Modena Power DR racing kart. Now leaves the door open. He's back to third. Julius Ochepa will check the gap. There is Salvatore Toscano, 2-time Maltese champion. Also with that combination, LKE on the Lenzo. Toscano, as they go down through the new chicane, the newly extended part of the circuit. Headforce back in third place. Marquez it is, who's gone through to second at DNF this morning. That was costly. Julius runs wide. Just getting a feel for the circuit in the opening stages of the OKN final Original Kart National. Julius just had to get out of the throttle there and let the car turn in on the rubber, which it did. Luisa Maria Della Pietra at the back of the pack. No problem, thankfully for her, this time in the OKN final. Up the inside, nice pass, Lamberto Ferrari, and the driver who won the WSK Final Cup at Franciacorta at the end of 2023 goes on through. Ferrari in the Modena powered Formula K kart 806 makes a move trying to get up onto the podium. We'll check the gap from Julius back to Nicolas Marquez. As it is, Julius would take the title. It would be the second title to a Polish driver for a Lenzo kart team driver in 2024 after Karol Paszewicz won the WSK Open Series at La Conca Muro Lucchese earlier on in the season. Ochepa, Marquez, Headforce still in P3, looking for his maiden breakthrough podium in WSK. He's driving nicely. Came home P2 in the pre-final this morning. A tough run for Leon at Franciacorta in the first round of the series with an engine that was severely down on power and engine RPM. Did well just to get it to the checkered flag, but now he looks good. He's in P3. The Modena Power DR Kart 807, driving for the 5-time world champion and 1-time Minardi Formula 1 test driver, Danilo Rossi. If you count 8 laps at Fiorano before Christmas in 1996, still counts. Danilo Rossi, the red and white machine, his driver in third place. Lamberto Ferrari, as Julius Ochepa puts in a 58.9. He's walking away with this. Marquez ahead for us. Ferrari. Batty yielded him. As it stands, Julius Ochepa would take the title. And that's ominous for the Turk. Batty yielded him, going through in the modern apparel in-cart. Head of Maria Luisa Della Pietra. Salvatore Toscano has dropped back to 7. Here's the second Lenzo kart of the two-time Maltese champion, rounding out the field. Yielded him under attack from Della Pietra. She's driving nicely here this afternoon. Tough run for the team driver, 8-1-0. There's Julius out front. Marchese trying to catch the pole. Yielded him, who won in 2023 the inaugural OK national title in WSK World Competition. The gap 1.3 seconds to Marchese. Head fours at the moment, still on the podium as we approach half race distance. 59.2 last time to head fours. 58.9 to Lamberto Ferrari. He is starting to catch the Swede, the elder of the two head fours brothers. Younger brother Elton racing in 60 Mini. Leon recently testing with the Viola Formula team in Formula 4. With an eye to the future, the young Swede starting to really improve and looking for his maiden WSK podium as we move into the second half of the final. Ochepa, purple sector, and a 58.767 last time round. Head fours now being caught by Lamberto Ferrari. Della Pietra on the back of Batty yielded him, the two-time WSK Open champion. Batty yielded him P5. He took a fantastic victory at Franciacorta in the first round of the championship. Luisa Maria Della Pietra, 8-1-0. Just on the back of the Turk. 58.5 that time. Head fours with a 59.1. 58.8 for Marchese. 58.9 for Ferrari. 59.5 for Batty yielded him. A tenth of a second slower than Della Pietra just behind. You can see the Italian. She's trying to pass the Turk. And Salvatore Toscano from the other side of the Mediterranean, the Maltese driver, in the sister kart to this on your screen. The second LKE-powered Lenzo kart rounds out the field. The second half of the final. And you can see Lamberto Ferrari has caught up to the back of Leon head fours. Needs to defend. They come across the line at 127 k's an hour. Watch the move down into turn 2. Leon just takes his normal line. Ferrari cannot get by the driver who won at Franciacorta last year. On the back of the Swede in the DR kart, looking for his first WSK podium. Ferrari 806, the modern powered Formula K car. Batty yielded him, slows to a stop. Yielded him is out. Has just rolled to a stop on the side of the circuit. It could be something as simple as a broken chain even. In fact, the marshals are pulling the cart away with ease. It looks as though that's exactly what's happened. Batty yielded him, who won at Franciacorta, will not take the title. Ferrari goes through. He's up onto the podium. Head fours back to 4. As it stands, Julius Ochepa would take the WSK Euro Series in OK National. Yielded him would still finish second in the series, but he won't stand on the podium in the race today. He has retired, we believe, with a broken chain. The Turk's afternoon is over. Ferrari goes on through, head fours. Luisa Maria Della Pietra now on the back of Leon as well. She makes the move, she dives down the inside. Nice pass from Della Pietra. Leon tries to get her back on the exit and can't do so. The Italian takes the Swede. Leon head fours. His dreams of a maiden podium in WSK are slipping away unless he can respond and respond fast. Marchese goes through. Ferrari. Della Pietra. She's only a step off the podium now for team driver. The Miami powered Kart Republic. Head fours. And Salvatore Toscano, Batti Yildirim is out. Lap 9 of 12. Della Pietra now on the back of Lamberto Ferrari. This is an impressive performance for Luisa Maria, 14th driver. The dying stages of the OKN final. Julius Ochepa would take the title. Second title to a Polish driver for the Sicilian Lenzo Kart team, you would think. After Karol Paszovic broke through for his maiden WSK title at La Conca Muro-Lecese earlier on in the year. And Luisa Maria Della Pietra, she's done it. She's gone on through. She's on the podium. Superb from the Italian. She's up into P3. 2 penalties for jump starts in the heats and the pre-finals. Boy, has the girl from Italy really recovered. She's now in P3. Superb from Della Pietra. Ferrari now falls back, and this gives hope to Leon Headforce. Salvatore Toscano, the 2-time Maltese champion, in the background. This is the fight for the final step of the podium. 2 laps remaining at the end of this one. Julius Ochepa in the background on his way to victory. The WSK Euro Series, which dates back to 2010. And as we work our way towards the end of the 2024 WSK Promotion World Motorsport Competition season. The 19th season next year, of course, the 20th anniversary season of WSK Promotion. The calendar for next year not far away, of course. Next year's Italian and European Formula 4 Championship calendars announced in the last few days, also presented by WSK Promotion. Congratulations to Freddie Slater, who becomes the 2nd Englishman to wrap up the Italian Formula 4 Championship, the world's most competitive junior car racing series, earlier on today with victory in Barcelona. May also do likewise next week at Monza in the Euro 4 Series. And after that, the WSK Final Cup, the 10th of November at Lonato, the centre of the karting universe. And November 24 at Cremona, the circuit which recently hosted the last round of the World Superbike Championship. In fact, that was last weekend. A fantastic event to one of the best new circuits on the World Motorsport calendar. This is the last lap of the race. Julius Ochepa on his way to victory and the WSK Euro Series title. The gap 2.3 seconds. He's controlling the pace. Still the fight for second and for third, I should say. Marquez is in second safely and should finish third in the series. Luisa Maria Della Pietra holding off Lamberto Ferrari for the final step of the podium. Final few corners, and the checkered flag will wave. The combination, the driver from Poland, the team from Sicily, Julius Ochepa takes the checkered flag to win the WSK Euro Series, the 2nd Lenzo Kart title for 2024. Marquez in second place. Luisa Maria Della Pietra, che bravissima! Chiude la gara in terza posizione. She finishes third. From Ferrari, Leon Headforce. As you look at the abandoned car of Batti Yildirim at the Franciacorta race winner in the foreground. Salvatore Toscano crosses the line in the background now as the final finisher. Julius Ochepa takes victory in the race, and he's the champion for 2024. Karol Paszovic, the WSK Open Series champion for Lenzo Kart. He's from Poland, and now his countryman for the same team of Michele Lenzo. 2nd WSK title, Lenzo Kart, powered by the LKE. Julius Ochepa takes another WSK title back to Poland for the Lenzo Kart racing team. He wins the race. He's the champion. Nicolas Marquez P2. Team driver 2nd and 3rd. fabulous final performance. Luisa Maria Della Pietra on the podium in third place. Lamberto Ferrari lay on head for Salvatore Toscano, and Batti yielded him after a DNF half race distance. Julius Ochepa wins the race, and the pole is the champion. He'll stand on the top step of the podium. Live from SARNO is the presentation next in just a moment. Drivers making their way up to the podium. Firstly for the race presentation and then for the championship for 2024. OK National, Original Kart National, followed by OKN Junior. They're on the grid. They'll be racing in just a moment. Still waiting for the drivers to emerge from Parc Fermé. Luisa Maria Della Pietra, what a drive from her in the final race of the weekend. She's had a tough weekend throughout the heat. Another penalty in the pre-final. She stands on the podium, but it is Julius Ochepa for the Lenzo Kart team who takes the race win and is the champion. Don't forget the WSK Final Cup, 2 rounds 2024, the 19th season of WSK promotion competition. South Garda Karting on November 10 and on November 24 at Cremona as well. Luisa Maria Della Pietra makes her way up to the podium. Luisa Maria, contentissima, che bravissima. Una gara spettacolare. The race podium, the WSK Euro Series for OK, and then for the championship for 2024. Third place in OKN Water Drive, Luisa Maria Della Pietra. Second place also for team driver Nicolas Marchese. A dominant performance all weekend. The winner of round 2, the WSK Euro Series. The ball for the Lenzo kart team, Julius Ochepa. And representing the Lenzo kart team, Dario Gallipo. Third place in the race, Luisa Maria Della Pietra. Second place, Nicolas Marchese. The winner of round 2 of the WSK Euro Series from Poland for the Lenzo kart team, Julius Ochepa. And representing the winning Lenzo kart team, Dario Gallipo. The national anthem of Poland. Grazie, Luisa Maria, Nicolas, and the winner here, Julius Ochepa. Grazie, Luisa Maria, Nicolas, Shinkoya, Julius. The race presentation and now the podium for the 2024 WSK Euro Series in Original Kart National. In third place in the Euro Series, the championship for team driver Nicolas Marchese. An unfortunate DNF in the final just a few moments ago, but the vice champion is the Franciacorta race winner from Turkey for Modena Kart Paralin, Bati Yildirim. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the top step of the podium, the WSK Euro Series champion for Lenzo kart from Poland, Julius Ociepa. Third place in the championship, Nicholas Marchese. Second place, Patti Yildirim. And the 2024 WSK Euro Series OKN champion from Poland, Julius Ociepa. Stay with us on WSK.it, the OKN Junior Final, in just a moment. Here at SARNO, the OKN Junior Final, Sebastian Escandati will start on pole position. He is no doubt the driver to beat. Starting out at grid 1 after a stunning weekend. Needs to convert it though, looking for his second WSK title. We'll keep you up to date with the point score throughout the race before we do race over 12 laps. The OKN Junior Final, these are some of the highlights of what's happened in the past few days here at SARNO. Here at SARNO, the sun is shining. That is an active volcano. That is Mount Vesuvius, which in 79 AD erupted with catastrophic consequences. 700 meters blown off the top of the mountain. Last erupting in 1944, right towards the end of World War II. Forgive the cliche, but the action on track will erupt here this afternoon. Sebastian Escandati starts on pole position. He has been untouchable. The Australian for Ward Racing. Pole position in the combined OKN, JN senior fields. He would have taken pole position not only outright in OKN, faster even than the OKN senior karts, but also faster than the OKJ karts, considering these karts are, well, technically restricted. He was actually faster. He would have been on pole position for OK Junior. He starts out of pole position. Billy Van Staveren, though, starts out of grid 2 and is the series leader. On 152 points, Antonio Pizzonia, who's had a tough weekend. The Brazilian, 134 points, and Sebastian, 94 points only. And that's largely because he only collected 21 at Franciacorta, a DNF in the opening stages of the final. He was quick, but came away with virtually nothing from there. He starts on pole position. He needs to win and comfortably and needs the points to fall his way here this afternoon. Billy van Staveren, the series leader by 18 points over Antonio Pizzonia, who took a magnificent victory at Franciacorta for Team Driver, but has struggled so far this weekend. There is Sebastian to the left of your screen. Billy van Staveren to the right, out of grid 2 for the Modena kart team. BVS, van the Netherlands, P2 at Franciacorta. Antonio Pizzonia starting out of grid 7. The Franciacorta race winner. The green flag flies. This is the grid. Sebastian, the Queenslander, on pole position, alongside Billy van Staveren. Lucas Bonholm in the second Vortex Power Tony kart. Inside second row of the grid. What a debut for the young Russian Prokor. Solukovstev out of grid 4 for the DR Racing Car team. Via Piana, Blanco, the Italians. The boy from Brazil, Antonio Pizzonia, the Franciacorta race winner out of 7. Malotta, who took pole position of Franciacorta out of 8. Morese, another Brazilian. The Ukrainian, Oshachi Shuvslovsky. Giuseppe, non più piccolo, Joseph Little, as his name literally translates into English, on his home circuit. Sebastian Frigelet, Francisque Bal, the Kleine Kumpen, Henri out of 14. He's struggled this weekend, and a big crash in the final heat yesterday. D'Amico, Raffa Mini, on debut, is the younger brother of Gabriele Mini. Iannone, Giacomo Giusto, also with a big crash yesterday for the Modena kart team. And Marco Martini out of grid 19. Yes, you did hear correct. The younger brother of former WSK champion Gabriele Mini. It is Il Sicilianino Raffa Mini, who is making his debut in WSK, and only his second race in juniors after stepping up from 60 Mini a couple of months ago. Sebastian on pole position. The OKN junior final here at SARNO. The Australian and the Dutchman share the front row of the grid. We race. Malotta darts to the inside, trying to pick up positions early as the field races down into turn 2. And Sebastian already with a nice lead. The Tony karts, both powered by the Vortex, run 1-2. Lucas Bonholm up into second place. Via Piana had a big crash this morning in the pre-final, but has recovered from that nicely. The first of the team drivers go on through. There is Rafa on debut, Il Sicilianino, as Giuseppe Piccolo on his home circuit makes a nice move at the end of the back straight. Sebastian's pulling away. This is ominous. He has been untouchable. Forward Racing needs the points, needs the positions to fall his way though. Lucas Bonholm passed on the final corner at the end of the first lap of the race. Team driver go on through into second. Via Piana making his way on through, recovering after that crash this morning. As it stands, listen to this. Yes, I know we've just completed one lap. Sebastian would take the title by just 2 points over Billy van Staveren, because the Dutchman from the outside front row of the grid has fallen back to 8th position. Sebastian would win the title by 2 points, but a few positions, and BVS would go back P1. It would be a welcome return after a tough couple of seasons for the Dutchman. Billy van Staveren, P8 behind Malotta, Pizzonia, Piccolo up into P5, Que Bravo, Giuseppe Piccolo. Move down the inside, Prokor, Solukovstev, the Russian up onto the podium, but he runs wide. Bravo, Piccolo. Joseph Little, Giuseppe Piccolo sends it, and he's gone through to P3 on his home circuit. Prokor back into P4. Sebastian's gone. Via Piana in second place. Van Staveren critically stuck back in 8th. 174 points as it stands to Sebastian Escandati. 172 to Billy van Staveren. Pizzonia 164 points. Pizzoni can still win the title. The Franciacorta race winner is in P6. Piccolo's third. Giuseppe Piccolo is on the podium. Sebastian is racing away. He goes purple again. Malotta is the fastest driver on the circuit. He took pole position at the first round of the championship at Franciacorta. Only 2 Australians have ever taken WSK titles. William Collegia in the Supermaster Series earlier on this year. And the race leader, Sebastian Escandari, who won the WSK Mini Super Cup at La Conca last year. Desperate to take another title. That's him down into turn 1. He's helped by that move by Lucas Bonhomme. Lucas Goodman up into 6. Sven Staveren back into 9, just behind Pizzonia. It's going wrong for the Dutchman and the Brazilian. Look at that. Sebastian is walking away with this. Pole position on Friday with a time that would have put him on pole position in OK Junior outright. He was faster than the OK and senior driver as they raced together. Throughout the heats, he took a dominant victory in the pre-final this morning as Malotta down the inside of Piccolo. And now Sebastian is racing away. There's Lucas Bonhomme. Superb performance from Proko Solukotstev, the Russian on debut in WSK, as Pizzonia makes his way back into 7th. Pizzonia can still win the title, but he needs to make up positions. Sebastian for Ward Racing, that is Valerio. Superb recovery for Viapiana after a big crash at that corner right there in the pre-final this morning. Sebastian and then Daylight. Malotta on the podium from Giuseppe Piccolo. 1 position off the podium. Joseph Little, Giuseppe Piccolo. Gioca in casa questo weekend. Racing on his home circuit, Giuseppe Piccolo. Malotta for the Firefly Racing Team, the Slovakian in the Gillard just ahead. Billy Van Staveren down the inside, that's critical. Picks up another position in the fight for the WSK Euro Series Championship 2024. Malotta, Piccolo, the GPM kart. Started back on grid 11. Di Giuseppe 740. It's an IAMI powered Kart Republic. It's a Vortex powered Tony kart in P1. 2 seconds clear. Billy Van Staveren moves back into P7. With that, Van Staveren would take the title by 3 points, regardless if Sebastian wins it. 7th place would be enough for Billy Van Staveren to win the championship. Pizzonia is going backwards. The boy from Brazil is lacking something here this weekend after a brilliant victory at Franciacorta. He's now back in 11th ahead of D'Amico, Marese, Osacci, Frigiole, Iannone, Martini, Mini, and after that great start, that's great debut, Solukovstev has fallen down to 19th and the final runner. Half race distance, Sebastian, and then we wait for Viapiana. Malotta. Purple sector from the Slovakian. So as it stands, Billy Van Staveren would take the title, 177 points. Sebastian, 174 points. Pizzonia, he's down in 11th, but still 3rd in the series on 144 points. Look at the graphic though, 58.883. He is dominating. Where would he be in the points had he have not DNF the first round of Franciacorta with that crash? This is the driver on your screen from Brisbane, Australia, the city that is still celebrating after that spectacular victory in the AFL Grand Final over the Sydney Swans yesterday. And I realise that 99% of our audience have no idea what I'm talking about, but Sebastian certainly does. The boy from Brisbane, the Queenslander for the Swedish team, Ward Racing, is dominating the final. There is Viapiana, Malotta P3. Piccolo, Blanco, Bonholm, and the champion-elect, Billy Van Staveren, is in that battle as well. Look how tight that is. 3 points between BVS, who crosses the line in 7, and the race leader who is dominating all weekend, Sebastian. Piccolo around the outside, he was on the podium. He falls back to 7th. That's crucial for the title. Billy Van Staveren now into P6. This is lap 8 of 12. The Italian in 2nd behind the Australian ahead of the Slovakian. Lucas Bonhomme Still in P5. Here's the second Vortex-powered Tony kart. This is the first one. Sebastian Escandati doing everything right. 3 laps to race. Look at the enormous lead. 3.5 seconds last time round. BVS just needs to bring it home. 6th place. It's not the greatest result in history, but it would secure the Dutchman the title. 58.877. Sebastian Escandati is destroying the field here this afternoon. Billy Van Staveren, 7.34, would take the title. He's on the center of your screen. Billy Van Staveren from the front row of the grid for the Modena car team van the Netherlands. The son of the 2012 world champion, Wes Van Staveren. And no, I'm not talking go-karting. You can Google that yourself. His father, Wes Van Staveren, 2012 world bodybuilding champion. And Billy Van Staveren would take the WSK Euro Series title if he finishes even in 6th position. 2 laps for Sebastian. Malotta on the back of Viapiana almost made the move on the Italian. Viapiana holds him off. Van Staveren still in P6. Giacomo Giusto, a big crash this morning in the pre-final, started at the back of the grid. He was injured, he was winded. He's come storming through from grid 18. He's in 8th and he's just gone purple. 58.689 for Jackie Giusto. The gap 5 seconds. We wait. Look at that. Escandati back to Viapiana, back to Malotta because the Slovakian sends it. Billy Van Staveren does not need to get involved in this. He's around the outside. Oh, that was nerve-wracking for the Dutchman. He's gone on through though. Surely he'll take the title with that move. Billy Van Staveren now up into P3. 2 laps to race. Sebastian's gone. He has left town. Pole position, 3 heat wins, a pre-final victory. On track for a final win here this afternoon. But heartbreaking, will fall short. Billy Van Staveren, superb recovery for the Dutchman, P3. And will win the WSK Euro Series title if he brings it home in a lap and a half time. Look at the enormous lead from Sebastian. He's been superb all weekend. Escandati. Malotta second, the Slovakian. Billy Van Staveren, van the Netherlands. We watch the Dutchman, van links, naar rechts. Van Staveren on the back of the Slovakian who's getting worried. The Modena kart is quick up the inside. Surely that will seal the title. Last lap for Sebastian. He's going down into turn 1 now. He's now down into turn 2. Look at the lead from the Australian. Van Staveren just needs to bring it home. Off the road goes Malotta. BVS, second at Franciacorta. Second here this afternoon. Surely that will give the Dutchman the title. Sebastian Escandati Marandi from Brisbane, Australia, has dominated here in the south of Italy for the Swedish Ward Racing team. Joachim Ward has given his young driver an absolute rocket, a missile, and the Queenslander has driven it superbly. This is the fight for the final step. Billy in second, Sebastian rounds the final corner. The checkered flag is about to wave. Sebastian Escandati dominates round 2 of the WSK Euro Series. He wins for the Ward Racing team. We wait for the Dutchman. Billy Van Staveren crosses the line in second place, and the Dutchman is the champion. Blanco on the podium in third. BVS has won the WSK Euro Series for 2024 for the Modena car team in the Paralympics. What a comeback for the Dutchman after a tough couple of seasons. This is the race winner. Sebastian dominates here at SARNO with an unbelievable performance. The young Queenslander, untouchable. Fastest lap of 58.662. on his final lap. He's the vice champion of BBS. He's the Euro Series champion for 2024. Via Piana fighting with Lucas Bonholm earlier as we look at the highlights. Billy van Staveren back in P8, P9 early on. And for a while, it looked as though the Australian would take the title. The Dutchman held his cool though, worked his way on through. Malotta was superb. Giuseppe Piccolo, great race from him, finishes in P6. Behind Giacomo Giusto, fabulous recovery. Bravissimo Giacomo Giusto to finish in P5 from grid 18 after a crash when he was injured this morning. Billy van Staveren going on through, was at 6th earlier on. That was enough, but makes 2nd on the podium. Sebastian has dominated, winning by a couple of 100 meters by 7.4 seconds. This is the champion van the Netherlands. Billy van Staveren has won the WSK Euro Series for 2024. Eskandari, what a victory for the Australian. It will be the Australian national anthem that rings out here in the south of Italy. P2, more than enough for Billy van Staveren to take the title. Bruno Blanco, bravo. The LA Motorsport driver, home in 3rd place. Lucas Bonholm, che bravo anche. Giacomo Giusto, anche. Giuseppe Piccolo. Alex Malotta finishes 7th. Via Piana, Pitstonia, P9 after a tough weekend. But still 3rd in the series. Stay with us on WSK, the podium for firstly the race and then the championship. OKN Junior live from SARNO in just a moment. Sebastian Eskandari Marandi dominates the weekend here at SARNO. comes up short in the championship. He was leading it by 2 points earlier on. But Billy van Staveren fighting his way on through. And comes up champion with a strong second place. Let's remember Billy van Staveren, second place at Franciacorta also in the first race at Franciacorta. Billy van Staveren wins the title for the Modena kart team. Sebastian wins the day and the weekend as well. So firstly, the race presentation, the race podium, and then the championship, the 2024 WSK Euro Series. The WSK Euro Series for OKN Junior. In third place, the Italian for LA Motorsport, Bravo, Bruno Blanco. Second place at Franciacorta and a strong drive towards the end of the race. He finishes second again. P2, PVS, Billy van Staveren. Rarely do we see such dominant performances as we've witnessed here this weekend. Dominating from the outset of qualifying, the heats, the pre-final, and walking away with the final victory by over 7 seconds. From Australia for the Ward Racing team, Sebastian Iskandari. And representing the winning Ward Racing team, Miss Rebecca Ward. Third place in round 2 of the WSK Euro Series, the Italian Bruno Blanco. Second in the race, Billy van Staveren. The winner of round 2 of the WSK Euro Series, the Australian Sebastian Iskandari. And representing the winning team, Ward Racing, Miss Rebecca Ward. The national anthem of Australia. The podium for round 2 of the WSK Euro Series, Bruno Blanco, Billy van Staveren, and Sebastian Iskandari. Grazie Bruno, dank u wel Billy, thanks Sebastian, tak Rebecca. That was the race podium presentation, and now we'll move on to the championship, the 2024 WSK Euro Series for OKN Junior. Antonio, Sebastian, and the new champion, Billy van Staveren. The 2024 WSK Euro Series OK National Junior. The Franciacorta race winner finishes in third place. 14 driver, o menino do Brasil, Antonio Pizzonia. Second place after a dominant performance here this afternoon at SARNO, the Australian for Ward Racing, Sebastian Escandari. It's been a tough few seasons since leaving 60 Mini, but he is now a WSK champion. Welcome to the top step of the podium for Modena Kart van the Netherlands, Billy van Staveren. Third place in the WSK Euro Series from Brazil, Antonio Pizzonia. Second place in the 2024 WSK Euro Series, the Australian Sebastian Escandari. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for the new champion van the Netherlands for Team Modena Kart, Billy van Staveren. Stay with us on WSK.it. We continue racing the Euro Series from SARNO in a moment. Here at SARNO as we work our way through the afternoon. OK Junior, the final. Roman Kamyab, the championship leader, the Franciacorta race winner, and the pole sitter in just a moment. Before we do race, let's check out some of the highlights from this week, the Euro Series here at Circuito Internazionale Napoli. Fabulous action all week here at SARNO. Thankfully, it has been on a dry circuit since the outset. 25 degrees Celsius, about 2 degrees or even 3 degrees more than was forecast, depending on which weather app you're paying attention to or having faith in these days. Regardless, it's a warm afternoon. Final Sunday of September 2024, the 19th season of WSK Promotion World Competition. As we work our way towards the end of 2024, Freddie Slater, crowned Italian Formula 4 champion earlier today at Barcelona in the 11th season of the world's most competitive junior car racing series. Final round of the WSK promoted Euro 4 Series next week at Monza. And of course, the WSK Final Cup at the centre of the karting universe, South Garda Karting Lonato, on the 10th of November. And then the last race of the 19th season, that's at Cremona on November 24. The new circuit, which only last week hosted a magnificently successful round of the World Superbike Championship. We look forward to going to Cremona to finish out the 19th season and stand by 2025, the 20th season of WSK Promotion World Motorsport Competition. The new calendar's not far away. Roman Kamyab, that is the Brit to the left of your screen. He won at Franciacorta. He is the championship leader. And he starts on pole position for this 12-lap final. Does not sound much until I tell you the one lap. For our viewers watching on in the United Kingdom and the United States, one lap is more than 1 mile in length. For the rest of us, 1,670 metres to the final, over 20 kilometres. Over 1 mile in length is one lap of the newly reconfigured, renovated circuit. There is Miss Rosa Santulli to the left of your screen with the green flag in her hand, under the control of our race director, Mr. Marco Carlino. The OK Junior Final. The cart's set off. There's Mariano Lopez to the right of your screen. We'll take a look at the grid. It is the championship leader on pole position, Roman Kamyab for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Mariano Lopez out of grid 2. Jack, the Texan, what a story this is. Out of grid 3 as one of the Fusion Motorsport karts is slow to get away. Ian Kralik out of grid 4. Devin Waltz out of 5. Gianmatteo Russo. Bosco Arias and Filippo Sala, Harata Endo, who finished 5th at Franciacorta, the Japanese driver, out of 9. And Dean the Dutchman out of grid 10. It was Iskander Zulfikari slow to get away, but now the Turk is back on track and up to speed. William Kalija out of 11. First race for the WSK Supermaster Series Mini Champion only 5 months ago at this circuit. First race with RFM. He's out of 11. The former OKN Junior World Cup champion Jesse Phillips for RFM alongside Bob Shot. Fastest qualifier back out of 13. Bereshkin, Mani, Zheng, Grich, Zulfikari, Mats van Rooyen, Naj, Kurarfiran, Aminko, Turner Brown, the Californian, Luke Korda, Alois Girardet, Paul Andriotis, Watts, Sun, Ella Hakkinen out of 29, Marshall Jebo, Fedor Sedelnikov, and Mark Pilapenko, who set equal fastest qualifying time, but has had a rotten run throughout the heats. He is quick. He starts out of grid 32. Iskander Zulfikari praying for an extra lap. He'll miss the start if we do go green this time round. Roman Kamyab on pole position. Fortunately for the young Turk, we don't race. Another formation lap, and the 6th time WSK champion just coming onto the straight now. The car did not fire cleanly. Iskander Zulfikari just going down through turn 1 now, trying to catch up to the back of the pack. Iskander Zulfikari to start out of grid 18, can slot into position until they get to roughly two-thirds of the way around the circuit. There is Iskander the Great. 6 times he's won WSK titles. Ella Hakkinen, 375. Mark Pilapenko, the 2 Fusion Motorsport drivers. Drew Waltz just ahead. Jack Iliff did not set a time in qualifying. Came from 32nd in each of his heats to finish in time inside the top 6 and won the pre-final this morning. He's now 2nd in the series. An outstanding comeback for the driver from Austin, Texas. Roman Kamyab, the championship leader. Jack, 2nd. 174 points to 117 for Jack Iliff. Roman Kamyab, 174 and on pole position. That's Jack pushing Roman into the final corner. Welcome to Sarno, the foot of the active volcano, which is Mount Vesuvius. Forgive the cliche, but the action is about to erupt on track here this afternoon. Roman, the Franciacorta race winner, the championship leader, on pole position. We race. turned around the 3-2-8 of Andriotis into the first corner. In fact, it's Jesse Phillips. Jesse Phillips turned around before the first corner, and the former OKN Junior World Cup champion is out, as his English teammate Roman Kamyab leads away. Perfect start from the pole sitter. Hard break for Jesse. Phillips is out. They race up the back straight. Jack Iliff is right there. Watch for Mariano Lopez, El Peruviano. Starting on the outside of the front row of the grid as the field form into some sort of pack. Get some sort of rhythm. You can see the Forza Racing driver, Jack Iliff. The Texan on the back of Roman, the Brit. Hassling the back of the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver. And the British teams, Ricky Flynn Motorsport, Forza Racing and Fusion Motorsport, 1, 2 and 3. Roman leads. Jack. Then we go to Devin Waltz. Lopez, Rousseau. Bosco Arias, Jack on the attack. And the Texan takes the lead from Roman. Outstanding comeback from Jack Iliff. And the driver from Austin, the city that will host the next round of the FIA Formula One World Championship. He did not set a time in qualifying, but the Texan for the proudly English team is now leading the OK final in the WSK Euro Series. On the outside, Mariano Lopez looking to get up onto the podium. Vamos! El Peruviano goes through to P3. Jack Iliff, P1. Roman Lopez has gone into the back of Jack. Roman is out. Oh no, you can't believe this. Kamyab is out. Roman Kamyab is parked in the grass. The championship leader, the race leader, is out. Oh boy, watch this. Lopez into the back, just couldn't bring it to a stop. Into the back of the Texan, clipped Roman Kamyab. Innocent victim was the Brit. Waltz has got the lead from Russo and Iliff. Kamyab is out. This changes everything. He's still the championship leader by 7 points over Jack Iliff. But Iliff, who has been superb on recovery, still in the race. Oh boy. Ramifications to come, you know it. Russo, he's been the beneficiary. Look at that, Roman walks back. Lopez also beside him. The Peruvian and the Brit are both out of the final of the WSK Euro Series. Unbelievable here. As it stands, Roman Kamyab would still take the title, but the threat is Jack Iliff, who's fourth on the road, second in the series. Devin Waltz is the race leader. The boy from Boise, Idaho, has got the race lead. He's third in the championship. We'll bring you up to date with the live point score. But to tell you, Roman Kamyab, Mariano Lopez, Jesse Phillips, and Aisha Sun are out. Roman Kamyab, the front Chakota race winner. Mariano Lopez, who started on the front row of the grid. They've both crashed into retirement. Whose fault was it? It's irrelevant. They're both out. It matters little. So Waltz has got the race lead now. Filippo Sala. Here comes Philip Hall. He was third at Franciacorta. He now flies the flag for the English team. Jack Iliff, Kralik, Bosco Arias, Billy C up into 7. Collegia superb on debut for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. Mats van Rooyen, Dean Hugendorn, Twee Piloten van the Netherlands. And Andre Armani rounds out the 10. Mats van Rooyen, superb. There's the Tony Kart, the driver from the Netherlands, wearing the CRG suit. Confusingly, conveniently enough, Mats van Rooyen, 374. It is a Tony Kart, despite the CRG suit, as I say. And he's ahead of his countrymen, Dean the Dutchman, Breshkan, Mani, Sulfikari, Brar Fernand, and Turner Brown from California on debut in WSK, ahead of his teammate Paul Andriotis, who rounds out the 15. Move up the inside. Russo goes on through to lead in the Energy Corsa kart. Iliff and Waltz, the two Americans. Jack and Devin, but it's Russo. from Panama, who leads for the team from Bergamo. The Energy Corsa in P1. Sala in second place is the driver from Trento for the English team. Kalija, look at that, 58.2. Now the Australian is getting to grips with his new team. That's him, the WSK Supermaster Series mini champion at this circuit only 5 months ago. Closing in on the back of Bosco Adius and the German Ian Kralik. The Spaniard, the German, the Australian, they're not out of this either. The first 4 carts, it's now a 7-cart fight for the lead. Eilef in 3.30, it's his teammate just behind. Jack runs into the back of Filippo. But Sala has got the race lead. Kalija in the background, on the back of Kralik. On the inside goes Billy C to take the German, who led for most of the pre-final this morning. Bosco Adius goes on through. You can see Jack would take the title. Roman is helpless, he's out. He's already walked back to pit lane. Jack has got the race lead for Forza Racing. Sala in second, Devon in third, Russo, Bosco Adius. That's the Spaniard, the second generation racer. On the outside, they're starting to bottleneck now. This will end in tears if they're not careful. Kalija, Hugenton and Mats van Rooyen. Lap 7 of 12, the WSK Euro Series, the OKJ final. The British teams first, second and third. Forza Racing split by the Italian for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, 3.27 for Philip Hall. Il Trentino. Kalija now up into 5. What a debut for the young Australian. There is Russo from Panama. On the outside, Forza Racing go 1-2. Devon from heaven. Waltz dances over the ripple strip. And the Americans, first and second for the proudly English team, Forza Racing. Waltz in second, Eilef, the Texan leads. Sala back to third, Sala being pushed by Russo. Billy C around the outside, he has to fight off Dean the Dutchman. It is on. The Forza Racing duo go 1-2 on lap 8 of the 12th lap OK Junior final in the WSK Euro Series. Jack Eilef did not set a time in qualifying. What a stunning comeback. Sala under attack from Russo, Kalija, Hugenton, Kralik. And look at the Forza Racing duo working together. Russo's in trouble as they race down into turn 1. Sala behind his teammate, Billy C in P5. Eilef and Waltz. Jack would take the title. Jack Eilef, after not setting a time in qualifying, will win the WSK Euro Series if it finishes as you see on the screen at the moment. Russo, Sala, and Billy C. Kralik, Dean the Dutchman, Bosco Adius. As the Forza Racing duo, superb. The team of Jamie Croxford watching on live from the other side of the English Channel. His American drivers, this world-class team. Forza Racing 1-2, and they're 2.5 seconds clear of the battle for the final step of the podium, which is currently being held by Gianmatteo Russo, although that statement will now become redundant as they cross the line to start lap 10. You can see in the background, no, it is still the energy car, just from Sala, Kralik, Hugenton. Kalija's dropped in behind Adius Bosco. But Eshken and Iskander the Great now in P10 ahead of Mats van Rooyen. Brown is out, Mani is out, Arata Endo is out. Phillips out of the first corner, as was Sun. And of course, the moment of the weekend, Roman Kamyab and Mariano Lopez coming together at the hairpin in the opening stages of the race. Jack would take the title. Jack Eilef, the American with the family ancestry in Manchester in the north of England. Forza Racing 1-2 here in the south of Italy. There is confirmation, the bottom right of your screen. Roman Kamyab helpless. Can't do anything about this. Walt Sala and Bosco Adius. Devon in second. His younger brother Drew in P18 on the penultimate lap of the race. Devon and Drew Waltz, possibly the only two boys in the world to have raced in both the BMX World Championships and also the World Kart Racing Championships as well. And Devon looking at third place in the WSK Euro Series here at the south of Italy. Eilef superb, fastest on track incidentally, Ian Kralik, the German. 58 dead, almost into the 57s. Last lap, next time round, what a performance for Forza Racing. The Madjack Tune TM engines on the Express chassis. Jack Eilef, I'll say it again, he did not set a time in qualifying. An outstanding comeback. His teammate pushes him across the line at 129 k's an hour. The lead over 2 seconds back to Gianmatteo Russo. The Panamanian currently in third, but under attack from Sala. Ding the Dutchman, and Ian Kralik. Hugentorn, recently announced as a Williams F1 Junior Academy driver in P5, looking to get up onto the podium in the dying stages of the race. Jack looks back, Devon around the outside. Waltz dances around his teammate. The Americans go 1-2. The English team in the south of Italy dominating the final here this afternoon. Jack Eilef from Austin, Texas, the city that will host the next round of the FIA Formula One World Championship. His hometown, the homeboy from the United States for the English team. No time in qualifying, but he wins the final of the WSK Euro Series here at SARNO. Jack Eilef is the WSK Euro Series champion. Devon Waltz makes it a Forza Racing, an American 1-2. And Gianmatteo Russo, an American 1-2-3 in fact, because the Panamanian from Central America holds on to the final step of the podium. What a performance! Jack Eilef is the champion. Roman heartbroken, taken out through no fault of his own. In the opening stages of the final, still finishes second. He will be despondent as vice champion. Finishes P2, it might as well be position 102. We take a look at the highlights. Roman Kamya from pole position. Jesse Phillips, his teammate, turned around before the first corner. And then this, the moment of the race. Mariano Lopez into the back of Jack Eilef and eliminating Roman Kamya. Motorsport is tough, extremely brutal, as Roman has just found out. Gianmatteo Russo briefly into the lead. Philip Sala said, I'll have a go at this, boys. But he was muscled out the way by not one, but two Forza Racing drivers from the United States of America. Jack Eilef, an outstanding performance. His father, Matthew, to say he'll be emotional is an understatement. Jack Eilef wins, and he's the WSK Euro Series champion. Devon from heaven, Waltz home in second place. The Americans first and second, and third, because the Panamanian from Central America, Gianmatteo Russo, on the podium in third place. Jack Eilef has won the race, and with that, the American is the WSK Euro Series champion for 2024. The Stars and Stripes 1-2, Gianmatteo Russo third, Sala Hugentorn, Dean the Dutchman P5 with a fine drive, Bosco Arias Kralik, Badeshkan Mats van Rooyen, good performance all weekend, and Iskander Zulfikari rounds out the 10 after almost missing the start. Heartbreak for Roman Kamya and Mariano Lopez, out at the end of the first lap. Roman still second in the championship, but will be despondent, understandably. Jack Eilef, Devon Waltz, 1-2 in the OK Junior final. Jack Eilef for Forza Racing is the WSK Euro Series champion for 2024. Stay with us, the podium presentation live from SARNO in just a moment. all the way from the USA, and the Americans at 1-2 in the OK Junior Final for Forza Racing, and they win the title as well. Forza Racing with a 1-2. And they've taken out the WSK Euro Series as well. World-class team Forza Racing with the best catering in the paddock as well. No doubt about that. That's what's won on the race. Jack Iliff, no time in qualifying, and has won not only the race, but the WSK Euro Series for 2024. Just one final remaining after this for OK. Stay with us. Scott Lindblom, who won at Franciacorta for the Fusion Motorsport team. The Red Bull Junior to start on pole position after the podium for the OK Junior race and the WSK Euro Series for 2024. Still waiting for the drivers to emerge from Parc Fermé. Congratulations to Freddie Slater, who won the Italian Formula 4 Championship earlier this afternoon with victory in race 2 at Barcelona. Again, next week we are at the Temple of Speed, the Cathedral of Speed, Monza for the final round of the Euro 4 Championship, the Italian Championship final, the final weekend of October, and then the WSK Final Cup, November 10, at the centre of the karting universe, South Garda Karting Lonato. And then Cremona, November 24, the circuit which last week hosted a hugely successful round of the World Superbike Championship. And we look forward to closing out the 2024 WSK season at Cremona before the Christmas break. Stand by, because the 2025 calendar is not far away, the 20th season of WSK promotion competition. Still a delay in the drivers coming up from Parc Fermé. Now the drivers making their way up. Forza Racing dominating another WSK title to the English team. Devon and Jack. 2 American drivers, well, 1.5 American drivers in the case of Jack. American born with the English heritage, Jack Iliff. The Texan Jack and the boy from Boise, Idaho, and the team from the Kings, England, Forza Racing 1-2. Gianmatteo Russo, P3 across the line, but has not passed post-race scrutineering, it would seem. Heartbreak for Gianmatteo Russo. The front spoiler was unfortunately down, which has elevated one of the Ricky Flynn Motorsport drivers onto the podium. The podium for round 2 of the WSK Euro Series in OKJ. Unfortunately, Gianmatteo Russo has not passed post-race scrutineering. The front spoiler was down. Heartbreak for the Panamanian. He has elevated the Italian up onto the podium. For Ricky Flynn Motorsport, in third place from Trento in the north of Italy for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, P3, Filippo Sala. Second place in the race here this afternoon, the boy from Boise, Idaho, the United States of America for Forza Racing, Devon Waltz. What a comeback for the Texan. No time in qualifying, but he's won the race here this afternoon. From the United States of America for Forza Racing, the winner of round 2 of the WSK Euro Series, Jack the Texan Iliff. And representing the winning Forza Racing team, Dean Penrucker. Great to see Dean on the podium, stalwart of British 100cc racing back in the 90s, and has done a sterling job here this weekend representing Forza Racing. Third place in the race here this afternoon, Filippo Sala. Second place in the final here at SARNO, Devon from Heaven Waltz. The winner of round 2 of the WSK Euro Series from the United States of America, Jack Iliff. And representing the winning Forza Racing team, Dean Penrucker. And now the most famous national anthem in the world, that of the United States of America. Podium to Series third place, second Jack Iliff. Thank you, Dean, Filippo, Devon, and Jack Iliff. The podium for round 2 of the WSK Euro Series. We'll ask Devon and Jack just to remain, along with Roman, as we proceed with the podium presentation for the championship as well here this afternoon. The one final after this, OK Senior. Stay with us for what promises to be a cracking OK Senior final to round out the WSK Euro Series. The WSK Euro Series, the championship. In third place, the American Devin Waltz. A heartbreaking finish to the final here this afternoon, but he dominated at Franciacorta. He is the vice champion. A round of applause for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver. He deserves it. Roman Kamyab. A stunning comeback. Welcome to the top step of the podium, the WSK Euro Series champion from the United States of America, Jack Iliff. Third place in the championship to the American Devin Waltz. Vice champion in the Euro Series to the Brit, Roman Kamyab. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2024 WSK Euro Series champion for Forza Racing from the United States, Jack the Texan Iliff. Stay with us on WSK.it, the final of the afternoon for OK in just a moment. ...15 laps to race here at SARNO, and it's possibly going to be the best 15 laps that we'll see all week here at Circuito Internazionale in Napoli. The OK final, Scott Lindblom from pole position, looking to go 2 from 2. Starts from pole. He won at Franciacorta. He's the series leader. Surely one hand on the trophy, but anything can happen, as you know in motorsport, in the next 15 laps. Firstly, before we race, let's check out some of the highlights from this week in OK here at SARNO.
When you run out of luck, need to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off. Go off, so go off, go off, go off. Go off. When you run out of luck, need to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off. Go off, so go off, go off, go off. Go off, go off, go off, go off. Go off, so go off, go off, go
The Red Bull Junior Scott Lindblom dominating the weekend so far. He is the championship leader, a lead of well over 100 points to his closest rival, Oliver Shinmark. In the championship, we'll keep you up to date with the point score. Oliver Shinmark, starting just behind him. We'll take a look at the grid. And the Swedish drivers, 1, 2, 3 on the grid. Scott Lindblom, P1 for Fusion Motorsport. Grid 2, Elliot Kaczynski for Ward Racing from Sweden, and Oliver Shinmark out of Grid 3 for Kart Republic. The Swedes, 1, 2, 3 for the 15-lap OK final to be raced over 25 kilometres, almost exactly 25.05 kilometres this newly extended, renovated circuit. You can see to the top left of your screen, that is the extended part of this track. 1,670 metres. The circuit also used for various motorcycle and car racing events, track days, lap sprints, Formula 4, top speed 184 kilometres an hour at this circuit. Lamborghini Super Trofeo cars on this circuit up the back straight, which you get a glimpse of in the background, just kissing 200 kilometres an hour. This weekend, host venue for the second round of the WSK Euro Series. It's the Red Bull Junior on pole position. Scott Lindblom, the third generation racer for Fusion Motorsport out of grid 1. Miss Rosa Santulli to the left of your screen, green flag in her hand. Waiting for the signal from the race director, Mr. Marco Carlino. Just out of sight to the top right of your screen. The sun is shining, the final Sunday of September here at SARNO. Scott Lindblom on pole position as the field set off, and the Swedes 1, 2, 3 on the grid, which looks like this. Scott Lindblom, grid 1 for the Red Bull Junior. Elliot Kaczynski, grid 2 for Ward Racing. Oliver Schinmark, grid 3. The Swedes first, second, third on the grid. Here are the Swedish flags. First 3 positions, that is impressive. Then we go to Christian Kostoya from Spain, Indra Peschel, Alpac Soy, Nicholas Schaufler, the pole sitter, first OK race for the second Red Bull Junior. The Austrian alongside the Brazilian Bernardo Bernoldi, who's been impressive this weekend. Shilkuna, second in the series. Burnett, Husso, Kamenek, Šimek, the 2 Czechs. Donatsan, Stylianos Kovalos, Teng is next. Vivekantan from New York. Jensen Graham, the Brit, Mark Provko, and Wei Sung for Ward Racing out of grid 20. That is Mount Vesuvius, 1.2 kilometres above the Bay of Naples in altitude. Snow-capped when we come here for the season opening, the traditional WSK Supermaster Series. Incidentally, next year's calendar not too far away. Scott Lindblom on pole position for Fusion Motorsport. There are the Swedes, 1, 2, 3 on the grid. Watch for Indra Peschel, 2022 WSK Supermaster Series Mini Champion. The KT2 CRG chassis for the Monster K factory team. Scott Lindblom on pole position, the Red Bull Junior for Fusion Motorsport. We race. Shoots to the outside and turns in. Schinmark up into second place, takes Kaczynski. And the Swedes, who start 1, 2, 3 on the grid, go first, second, third in the opening stages of the OK final. Perfect start from Scott Lindblom. And the championship leader already with a comfortable advantage as they go down the back straight for the first time. The Swedes try and trade positions, different teams. Kaczynski sends it to second. Nice move from Elliott. Schinmark back to third. Look at the lead already from Scott Lindblom. This is ominous. The Miami-powered Kart Republic, winner of the first round of the WSK Euro Series at Franciacorta. He won the corresponding race 12 months ago. That was in juniors. Third in the World Championships. And look at the lead from the Red Bull Junior. As Kostoya now down the inside. 3 Swedes inside the top 4. But Kostoya through and past Kaczynski. Alpac Soy up into P4, also for Fusion Motorsport. Lindblom, 264 points to Kostoya on 109. That is the lead. Scott Lindblom, champion-elect, we believe cannot be mathematically even beaten for the title. But he's running away with this in the second lap of this 15-lap final here at Circuito Internazionale Napoli. Alpac Soy on the back of Kaczynski. Tough qualifying for the young Turk who looks behind him, now ranges up behind the Swede. Dives down the inside. Alpac Soy, nice pass. And the second Fusion Motorsport car is up onto the podium. P3 for the Turk. Aksoy third, behind Kostoya, ahead of Kaczynski, Szymak, and Nicholas Schaufler. Here is Nicholas, the orange Austrian rocket. Pole position, his first OK race 48 hours ago for DPK Racing, the two-time World Championship winning team from Asturias, Oviedo in the north of Spain. With their Austrian driver, there is the orange Austrian rocket, formerly known as the Pink Panther. As Kaczynski back down the inside. Not in my house, says Elliott. He's back into P3 for Ward Racing. Starting to bottleneck, that's costly for Alpak Soy, who's gone from third back to fifth and now under attack from the fastest qualifier, Nicholas Schaufler. The DPK Racing driver will get faster as the race goes on. The two kart republics, Fusion Motorsport and DPK, Diego Pablo Karting. As they race across the line, 137 kilometers an hour. Fastest lap of the race for Scott Lindblom, the gap almost 2 seconds. Look at that, 56.9. The only driver under the 57-second bracket in this early stage of the race. Scott, the third-generation racer, champion-elect. And look at the lead back to Kostoya. 1-2 in the race, 1-2 in the series. Kaczynski superb. P3 and fighting. Oliver Shinmark just behind. And Alpak Soy, a third-generation racer. His father Jan here at the circuit, former Swedish touring car racer. Some Formula 3 racing a couple of decades ago. His grandfather, European motocross champion back in the 1980s. And Scott Lindblom looking as though he will certainly take out the WSK Euro Series here in 10 laps time. He leads by over 2 seconds, goes 56.787. Schaufler down the inside. The Austrian rocket sends it. Superb from Schaufler. Here comes the DPK Racing driver on the charge. He's now a step off the podium after setting pole position in qualifying 48 hours ago. But the problem is Kostoya, Kaczynski, and of course Lindblom. They're way up the road. 4 seconds between Lindblom and Schaufler. Alpak Soy, Peschel, Bernoldi, Shilkunis. He's dropped to 7th in the series. The live point score. That is Marcus, the Lithuanian P9. As Scott comes across the line to start lap 6, we wait. The gap 2.2 seconds. Purple again from Scott. 56.5. Newly announced Red Bull Junior clips the ripple strip into turn 5. From Sweden for the English team, Fusion Motorsport smashes that ripple strip. Kostoy, Kaczynski throws the Tony Kart around as Schaufler breaks clear of the battle, which is Aksoy, Peschel, Szymak, Bernoldi, Silkunas, Puzo, and the Canadian Jensen Burnett. 1, 2, 3, back to the Austrian rocket. The Red Bull Juniors 1 and 4. A purple lap from Scott Lindblom. 56.5, he's just walking away with this as we approach half race distance. Good drive so far from Vivek Kantan, Jensen Burnett, the two North Americans. Vivek from New York, Jensen from Toronto in Canada. Šimek, Kamenik, the two Czechs, Teng, Kolovas from the other side of the Adriatic Sea. Brovko, Graham, Sun, and Filippo Donatsan rounds out the field. The Italian in position 20. Controlling the pace is Scott Lindblom. Race victory at Franciacorta over the Sodicard Racing duo. Andy Consani, Kai Rillards. Shilkunas was 4th at Franciacorta, ahead of the Belgian Ian Eijkmans. Scott Lindblom 2 from 2, it's looking at the moment. Out of the final corner, that's the distance back to Christian Kostoya. Schaufler on the center of your screen, trying to go better. Yes, pun intended. Formerly known as the Pink Panther, the Orange Austrian, the Rocket for DPK Racing, pole position on Friday. For Nicholas Schaufler with a 56.595. to take grid 1 for the heats. Actually finished third in the first round of the championship. Did Schaufler, but that was in OK Junior. Now he's racing in OK Senior for the first time. Confirmation, look at that. Daylight between Lindblom, Costoya, and Consani, who's not racing this weekend, would still take third in the championship. Shinmark has fallen back to 7th. Oliver Shinmark needs to get by Jinder Peschel and Al Baksoy to take third in the title. No one will catch Scott Lindblom at this rate. We check the gap, 2.2 seconds, stays the same, back to Costoya, Kaczynski, Schaufler. Now Shinmark back into 6th, and with that third in the series. Kaczynski, Schaufler, Al Baksoy, Shinmark, Bernoldi. Second generation racer, Bernardo Bernoldi. From Brazil, Jinder Peschel, the first of the 3 Czech drivers, the others being Dominik Šimek and Jakub Kamenek. Lap 9 of 15 in the Italian sunshine in the south of Italy as we work our way to the end of the 19th season of WSK Promotion World Motorsport Competition. Scott Lindblom looks behind him. There's nothing but daylight. Then there's Costoya, Kaczynski, P3, Schaufler, Aksoy, and Oliver Shinmark. Purple again from Scott. 56.565. He is destroying the field here this afternoon. Fastest lap again. Into turn 2. And it looks as though Kaczynski will hold off Schaufler for the final step of the podium. Aksoy, P5. One of 5 Turkish drivers here, one of 3 drivers from Turkey to win a WSK race in the past 18 months, along with Fatih Yildirim, Iskander Zulfikari. There's our P5. Jinder Peschel, centre of your screen for the Monster K factory team. The CRG KT2 chassis. But it's the Kart Republic powered by the IAB, which is dominating. Fusion Motorsports. P1, Scott untouchable, Costoya. So we see one car going straight ahead in the background. Running off the track, Mark Brovko. Will rejoin after adding a couple of 100 metres to the circuit. But still circulating down in 20th position. 56.4 again, there's Costoya. Back to Kaczynski, Schaufler, Aksoy, Bernoldi, Shinmark, Peschel, Shilkunis, and Ludovico Busso, one of 2 Italians in the field. He rounds out the 10. 2.4 seconds, Costoya in the Paralin, the 3-time WSK champion from Sepulveda in the northwest of Spain, the Paralin, powered by the GFR Tune TM engine. Trying to match times with Scott Lindblom. There's a little bit of cloud cover moves in here in the south of Italy. Richens up the mixture. 16,000 RPM, 137 kilometres an hour. Earlier on in the weekend, that's at the start-finish line. You can add a few more to that as they race down into turn 1. And now the fight for the final step of the podium. It's not over yet. Schaufler has caught up to the back of Elia Kaczynski. Al Baksoy's right there as well. The second Fusion Motorsport kart rides the ripple strip. Bernoldi, superb from the Brazilian here this weekend. Shinmark just behind him. Now falls back to 4th in the series. Oliver Shinmark needs to take Bernoldi to take 3rd in the championship. As we lose Kaczynski, he's out. Elia Kaczynski to the side of the circuit after running a superb P3. Nicholas Schaufler inherits the final step of the podium. And now Al Baksoy trying to take P3 away from the Austrian. Look at the grip from Al Baksoy's Fusion Motorsport car, riding the rubber up onto 2 wheels. Kaczynski out in the background. Schaufler P3 on debut in Senior OK. Aksoy though trying to take that position away, the rubber being painted on to the southern Italian circuit. Scott Lindblom in a class of his own for Fusion Motorsport. There's Costoya with a purple sector incidentally. Schaufler, Aksoy, Bernoldi P6, Shinmark now moves back into third in the championship. Scott Lindblom will win the WSK Euro Series and seemingly both rounds at Franciacorta a couple of months ago, and here at Circuito Internazionale Napoli, simply known as SARNO as well. The shadow's getting longer here. Bernoldi, look at that. Son of former Arrows Formula 1 Grand Prix driver Enrique, 56.4. Looking to sign off his weekend with a purple lap. Although as I speak, Jinder Peschel puts in the fastest sector of the entire race. Scott Lindblom does not need to though. About to get the last lap board. He won at Franciacorta. He's got just over a mile to race here in the south of Italy in one of the fastest circuits in the world. Through the newly extended part of the track across the line, Scott Lindblom gets the last lap board at 133 kilometers an hour. Costoya, Schaufler's third. The Red Bull Juniors, first and third. The Card Republic's first and third split by the Spaniard, the all-road management driver of Christian Costoya. Lindblom says, "Where are you boys?" He looks behind him. No one has been able to stay with the third generation racer. Costoya's given it everything. There's Schaufler, pole position on debut in Senior OK. Looks as though he'll come home with the podium. Scott Lindblom, unstoppable. Fusion Motorsport have given their Swedish Red Bull star a missile here this weekend. He rounds the final corner. He accelerates. The checkered flag is about to wave. Scott Lindblom is the WSK Euro Series champion for 2024. Costoya second with the fastest lap of the race. Schaufler, Aksoy, Bernoldi P5. Shinmark P6, and with that, the Swede is third in the series. Lindblom, Scott is the champion. Heartbreak for Elia Kaczynski, who fell out of third position in the dying stages. Mark Brofko in the background just crosses the line now as the final finisher. There is the race winner, there is the champion. Card Republic 1 and 3. The Red Bull Juniors 1 and 3. Scott Lindblom wins the first round of the WSK Euro Series of Franciacorta and dominates round 2 at the foot of that, the active volcano, which is Mount Vesuvius in the south of Italy. Lindblom from Sweden has won the WSK Euro Series for 2024. Costoya P2 in the race and the championship. And Oliver Shinmark P6 in the race, and with that, the Swede takes third in the Euro Series for 2024. From pole position, Scott Lindblom shot to the outside as we look at the highlights. Elia Kaczynski up into second place, fighting with Alpak Soy, who was into third, but Elia Kaczynski did respond. Nice move from Elliot as Shinmark followed him on through. Schaufler picked them off one by one, going through to take Aksoy, but all the while Scott Lindblom was walking away. Lindblom takes the victory and the championship. Costoya P2, Schaufler. Great weekend, great debut weekend in OK Senior. For the Orange Austrian, pole position and P3 here this afternoon. Alpak Soy misses the podium by a single position. Bernoldi, great drive to P5. Shinmark, Peschel, Silkunas, Ludovico Busso, and a great recovery for the New Yorker. Vivek Kantan rounds out the 10. Jensen Burnett from Canada. Dominik Šimek, Jako Kamenek, the two Czechs just ahead of the Greek. Stylianos Kolobos, Tang, Donaldson, Jensen Graham, Mark Brovko, and unfortunately, Elliot Kaczynski and Yubei Shun retiring, both award racing drivers in the dying stages of the race. They're coming back to the pits now on the recovery vehicle. Scott Lindblom will celebrate. He wins the race, and he is the WSK Euro Series champion. He'll stand on the top step of the podium. The presentation live from here at SARNO in just a moment. Final podium presentation here of the afternoon. A beautiful autumnal day here in the south of Italy. Scott Lindblom, winner of race 1 of Franciacorta, winner of race 2, and he is the WSK Euro Series champion, the third generation racer from Sweden. His father Jan, former Swedish touring car racer, back before they electrified themselves. Drivers now making their way out of Parc Ferme up to the podium. The race podium presentation and then for the championship as well. The Carb Republics 1 and 3. The Paralin in second. In both the race and the championship. Slight differentiation, first and second in the race. Scott and Christian in the championship and the race as well. A double weekend for WSK Promotion with the penultimate round of the Italian Formula 4 Championship taking place concurrently at Barcelona in Spain. And of course the Euro Series final at Monza next week as well. We just wait for the team manager on his way, on his bike, literally. Zach Krikala makes his way up to the podium. Has done a superb job for Fusion Motorsport. On your bike, Zach. Literally, mate. Well done. What a weekend for Fusion Motorsport. And with that, we're ready to get underway with the podium presentation for firstly the race and then the championship here this afternoon at SARNO. The race, round 2, WSK Euro Series 4OK. In third place, the orange Austrian rocket, Nicholas Schaeffler. Second place for Paralympic Motorsport from Spain, Christian Costoya. A dominant victory in round 1 of the championship at Franciacorta and a dominant victory again here today. The winner of round 2 of the WSK Euro Series from Sweden, the Red Bull Junior, Scott Lindblom. And representing the winning team, Fusion Motorsport, Zach Krikala. Third place from Austria for DPK Racing, Nicholas Schaeffler. Second place from Spain for Paralympic Motorsport, Christian Costoya. From Sweden for Fusion Motorsport, the winner of round 2 of the WSK Euro Series, Scott Lindblom. And a dominant performance from the winning team, Fusion Motorsport, represented by Zach Krikala. The national anthem of Sweden. Round 2 of the WSK Euro Series. Third place from Austria, Nicholas Schaeffler. Second from Spain, Christian Costoya. And a Mickey Pro afternoon for Scott Lindblom. Thank you, Zach. Dankeschön, Nicholas. Muchas gracias, Christian. Tak, Scott. The podium for the second round of the WSK Euro Series. One podium presentation to conclude the Euro Series, and that is for the championship. Scott, Christian, we'll ask them to stay with us to be joined by Oliver from Sweden as well. The 2024 WSK Euro Series, the podium for the championship. In third place for Kart Republic from Sweden, Oliver Schinmark. The WSK Euro Series vice champion for Paralin Motorsport from Spain, Christian Costoya. Welcome back to the top step of the podium, the WSK Euro Series champion for Fusion Motorsport from Sweden, the Red Bull Junior, Scott Lindblom. In the mark. The vice champion title to Spain's Christian Costoya. And the 2024 WSK Euro Series champion, the Red Bull Junior from Sweden, Scott Lindblom. Tak, Oliver, Scott, and muchas gracias, Christian. That is the final podium for the WSK Euro Series as we work our way towards the end of the 19th season of WSK Promotion World Competition. A big day for the team, of course, Freddie Slater winning the 2024 Italian Formula 4 Championship with victory at Race 2 in Barcelona. The next appointment for us is at the Temple of Speed next week, the final round of the 2024 European Formula 4 Championship. Karting-wise, it is the centre of the karting universe. South Garda Karting Lonato, round 1 of the WSK Final Cup on November 10. Next year, the 20th anniversary season of WSK Promotion World Competition. On behalf of everyone here at Circuito Internazionale Napoli, everyone at WSK Promotion, we say thanks for watching. Ci vedremo.